Buenas tardes. We are now calling this meeting to order. We will begin with an announcement from Language Service Solutions related to interpretation. I'm saying that very slowly to allow any time to run.
Hola, hola, muy buenas tardes y les agradezco por permitirme estar aquí. Vamos a estar brindando servicios de interpretación del español al inglés y del inglés al español. Entonces, aquellas personas que no han agarrado su dispositivo para escuchar la reunión, las partes que son en inglés y en español, la invitación es para que vayan a la recepción, a la parte de afuera. Hay una mesa donde están todos los equipos. Puedan ir, tomar su equipo y de esa manera poder participar. So, good afternoon, my name is Montado, and I thank you for the privilege to be here and provide interpretation services for this important meeting. You may already know that this meeting has sections in Spanish. So those of you who are not fully bilingual, the invitation is to go to the reception table and grab one of these devices that allow you to hear through simultaneous interpretation what is said in Spanish into English. So you may do that at any time, but from the very beginning, there will be parts of the agenda that will be in Spanish and parts of the agenda that will be in English. Thank you so much, and of course, I cannot forget to remind those who are speaking to do it at a moderate pace. Thank you so much.
Gracias. Buenas tardes. I think I'm gonna.
We don't have el banquito.
I know, viene banquito. Hola a todos. Now we have Prudencio, who will be doing a roll call and approval of minutes and public comment.
I don't need a monkey. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our meeting. Bienvenidos a todos. Me llamo Prudencio Martínez. ¿Me escuchan? Okay, perfecto. Me llamo Prudencio Martínez. Soy el secretario del concilio. My name is Prudencio Martínez. I'm the secretary of the council. So I'm going to proceed with the roll call. So whenever I call your name, please also tell me if you approve or not of the minutes. Federico Ríos.
Presente, I approve.
Andrea Freire.
Presente, I approve.
Prudencio Martínez, I approve. Cristina España. Zaira Estrada. Iliana Santillán. Vicky García.
Presente.
Larisa Garzón. Javier Correa Vega. Presente y apruebo. María Mayorga. Marimer Rodríguez Mackenzie. Ricardo Bello Ball. Okay. Eliazar Posada.
Presente y apruebo.
Elizabeth Herrera.
Presente y apruebo.
Jacqueline Murillo.
Presente y apruebo.
Juvencio Rocha Peralta.
Presente y apruebo.
Estefanía Arteaga. Esteban Guzmán.
Presente y apruebo.
Javiera Caballero. Lister Delgado.
Presente y apruebo.
Surima Anuel.
Presente.
Doctor Christian Walter.
Presente y apruebo.
Doctor Javier González. Okay. Kiara Aranda. Kurma Unrain.
Presente y apruebo.
Doctor Carlos Rich. Johnny Guadalupe Shaver. Mary Jones. Pilar Rocha Goldberg. Yesenia Cuello. Okay. So, okay, and I'm gonna call, los enlaces. Carolina Fonseca Jimenez. Bethany Wagner. Victoria Sampieri. Hugo Romero Sánchez. Javier Carlos. Betty Maro Taylor. Mercedes Restucha. Luz Sanabria Reyes. One, okay. Morelba Campbell. Tunya Smith. Okay. Okay, Blanca Flores Gonzalez. Sherry Hunter.
Present.
Carmina Hansen.
Present.
Jorge Malo. Francisco Guzmán. Carolina Siliceo Pérez.
Present.
Cheryl Benedetto. Dr. Tamara Brothers. Kristen Simek. I hope I didn't lose her. Okay. Sylvia McDonald. Jordan Edders. Okay. Thank you. So, one more thing, I want to make sure, when it comes to the public comments, everyone will have 1 minute to express your comments. We're a little bit tight on time, so we ask everyone to be respectful of everyone else's time. We want to hear the community, we want to hear all of you, but it's gonna be just 1 minute. Okay? Thank you so much, and I'll leave you with Federico.
I want to again thank you all for being here at this wonderful venue. We are incredibly grateful for Atrium Health opening the doors to this magnificent building, which our local government, I know city and county officials are here. We're hugely able to support and ensure its creation. And so without further ado, please help me welcome, with welcoming remarks, Lucia Zapata Griffith.
Can you give me one? Okay, I wrote this one. Buenas tardes, good afternoon. Welcome to the Pearl. Welcome to Atrium Health. It's really an honor to be here. I served in the council some years ago under Governor Perdue and under Governor McCrory. And I know the important work that you all do to bring our community's needs and the community's thoughts and community's culture to the front of what is discussed all in Raleigh, in Charlotte, and everywhere. So thank you for having me today. So I want to tell you a little bit about the Pearl, where we are, and a little bit about Atrium, which is the system. I will start with the system. Atrium Health, I serve in the board of directors, and it's our local effort here developing hospitals and helping the community at all levels. I want to read you our mission because it tells what we're all about. This Atrium's Health core mission is to improve health, elevate hope, and advance healing for all. And we always emphasize it for all because we are trying to help everybody wherever they are, whoever they are, and whatever their financial situation is or their cultural situation, we're just trying to help everybody. This while redefining how, when, and where care is delivered. Atrium Health has 40 hospitals, 22 in North Carolina, $18 billion in net operating revenue, and we have a very large team, 83,000 teammates, 8,100 providers, and over 21,000 nurses. And some doctors at the table, like Dr. Wish, who I respect so highly, and I'm saying that that's a huge team in a very big effort to make it all work together and keep the mentality of health, what we say is health, hope, and healing in all this order. Now, Atrium Health became part of Advocate. Advocate is a large enterprise. It's the third largest nonprofit system in the country. It is composed of 69 hospitals. It has 1,000 sites of care with 167,000 teammates in 8 states, all the way from Illinois to Alabama. We have $39 billion in annual revenue, and that congregation of such a big system is allows to have savings as well as access to a lot of other services, a lot of other research, and we're able to provide to the community across the whole system $6.37 billion in community benefits, and in just in North Carolina and Georgia, which is Atrium's health territory, $2.38 billion. Now, community benefits, as defined by many sources, include charity care, forgiveness of debt. We were able to forgive debts that were old, that were affecting a lot of people's credit for years because of all these efforts in the enterprise and specifically in Atrium Health. So clean the slate for a lot of people that were suffering on their economy and their personal finance. So we're able to do that. So that was a good thing. Now, at Atrium, we're trying to meet people where they are. Instead of people having to come to the center hospital, we're building a lot of facilities, clinics, and so on. One of them, for example, is the Archdale Clinic. It's close to transit. It's in a very traditionally Hispanic neighborhood. We're also doing virtual care in the schools. Children can come over to the hospital. We're bringing it to the schools with iPads. A lot of children having health situations, but also mental health. We're able to reach more people that way. Now, across Advocate Health, more than 2.4 million patients have been screened for social drivers of health. We consider health is not just the medical part of life, it's also housing, food, and community connections. So what we're using is the position of Atrium to connect with all the different services in the community for food, access, for education, for even transportation, trying to help people understand how to navigate the system to get to it. Because sometimes there are needs before they show up at the hospital with a specific illness, and after they leave, they go back home and they need to have certain care. So we have some services that provide the medicine and the care and nurses to come to the home. Now, language, as in this case, we have the machine, the little translator, where we are trying to have as many bilingual teammates as possible. We have a lot in Spanish, but we also have different languages all throughout Africa and throughout the world that are helpful. I've had a personal experience, had to bring a member of my family here and stay overnight. Well, in that overnight, we met people from the Caribbean, from Africa, from Europe, and locals, everybody that were working as a team, different accents. I have the accent that most of us have, but they were all communicating and trying to help the people in where they were. Let me tell you a little bit more. Financial assistance. I'm going to just go quickly through that. We help more than 51,000 patients qualify for Medicaid. We are assisting families that are automatically enrolled. So to avoid the paperwork, 90% of our patients are automatically enrolled in programs that they qualify for without them having to do the paperwork and go through that process. I mean, they're going through a sickness and they have sometimes limited help from families. Everybody's working, they're here by themselves. So we help them with that process going automatically through the process. We are providing 100% charity care for individuals and families that are below the 300% of the federal poverty level. And in 2025, we helped 100,000 patients where they had 100% charity care. We also have discount programs for different depending on the income of people. We're also working closely not just with the for-profit, because public-private partnerships are very strong in this community, but also the nonprofit community. So we're working with, for example, the Latin American Coalition is one that we highly respect. They have been able to work to spread, for example, the first virtual program, where they work through an iPad and it's so virtual to have help for patients locally. Let's see, I want to tell you now about the Pearl. What happened with the Pearl is we are here located on 26 acres campus. And there were talks and planning on this, but it didn't take too long before it became a reality. We broke ground in January 23, and we opened the first phase, which are all the buildings that you see, including the medical school, in June of 25. It worked very well for attracting enterprises to invest in our community. We have, for example, the largest surgical care company in the world is training physicians here. They used to have to go to France to train, now they're coming to train here. That's one part of it. A lot of research is happening too, and not just with large industry, but also with small businesses that are doing research and try to get products to industry. You must have products at different levels. For example, the little stents that go in your veins, or and Dr. Rich probably will understand a lot more than I'm probably butchering that concept, but it's all those little efforts that can get support here, even if they are a small business. So as you work in your communities, if there are any people, any companies that are interested in doing things for medical care, reach out to agent, because we have that growing here at the Pro. We have also a developer that helped us put it all together, the development of the land, of the buildings. And now the Pearl has, let's see, 224 million in economic impact by jobs, visitors, themselves coming to visit us today, students that come to the Pearl. Now, $9.8 million in tax revenue has been paid to Mecklenburg County for taxes for the buildings that were built. So we contribute back to the community as well that way. We created 2,270 jobs. And while you walk around and feel very calm and poised, it's a motor going inside the different places. Whether it is in the medical school or in the offices of Wexford or in the offices of the French company that came here to do there. Their only location in the United States is right here. Let's see. We're also looking at not just the level of doctors and nurses, but also jobs for people that don't require a bachelor's degree. Because I think that's a percentage of the community that sometimes doesn't find good paying jobs. So we have, for example, 40% of our jobs don't require a bachelor's degree. And people have also the access to the benefits of the aging healthcare system. We calculate that by 2030, we will be investing about $10 billion in North Carolina. So going back to the first statement, I know I probably overstayed my welcome, but the mission for us is health, hope, and healing, and that's all said for all. And for all, let me tell you, I go to the meetings, and the first thing we have is a mission moment. And it becomes an example of the work we're doing, so that we keep that in mind. That we're not here for the technology, for the news, for the numbers. We're here for the people, and that we very much in front of us. So thank you so much for visiting the Pro today, for all that you do, and please bring our voices to the rally, to any change you have us, and thank you.
Gracias, Lucía. Thank you for welcoming us to Charlotte. Hola a todos. Me llamo Andrea Freire. Soy la directora ejecutiva de Latinx Ed, so all the fellows in the house. And I also have, that's right, all the Latinx and fellows are so excited. I am too. And I also have the great honor to be the co-chair of the Latino Advisory Council. So what an honor this is, and what an honor to work with the individuals at this table. Bienvenidos a todos. Welcome everybody que están aquí. Qué lindo verles y qué lindo estar en Charlotte. So I have to tell you, Charlotte's become a little bit more special to me lately. Not because my co-chair lives here, which that should be a great reason, but my daughter just moved here last week. So there's Isabel, I'm going to embarrass her in front of everybody. Isabella is going to be working for the city of Charlotte as a planner. So I think that Charlotte's going to become my second home. So there's Eastern North Carolina Goldsboro girl is going to be coming to the city to visit her daughter and her culture quite often. Especially meaningful to be here today with the people that are at this table, and I want to take a moment to continue to recognize and thank all of you who are with us today. The Governor's Advisory Latino Council, we, for those of you that might not know this, we are volunteers. Y ustedes viajan para escuchar a gente de todo el estado, y lo hacen con tanta buena gana, con tanta energía y con tanto corazón. And I just want to tell you what an honor it is to be able to lead a group of individuals who are so willing to do all of this, traveling all throughout the state so that we can reach more hermanos and hermanas Latinas. So just a quick welcome again and a gratitude, piece of gratitude again for all of you who sit with me in this. With that, I am honored to introduce you to my fantastic co-chair, Federico, who knows a lot more about the city because he is very connected to Charlotte. So,
Buenas tardes de nuevo. For those of you that this may be your first council meeting, I wanted to start off solemnly by saying that we meet quarterly. And since our last meeting, we have had tragedies in both Venezuela and Colombia. Our thoughts are with the people of both countries and their family and friends here in Charlotte and throughout our state. Colombians and Venezuelans as a people have endured a great deal throughout the nation's history, and we know that their resilience will continue in this moment. The Council is committed to working alongside community groups and organizations supporting recovery efforts. I also want to take the moment to recognize the passing of one of this community's leaders. Adriana Galvez Taylor served as Immigrant Rights Director for La Coalición, where she specialized in managing community workshops, navigating U.S. citizenship and immigration services processes, and coordinating fee waiver reviews for lower-income applicants. She gave of herself consistently to the Latino community of Charlotte, and today we honor her legacy and the indelible mark she's made. Lastly, if you all would indulge me, if everyone here that is an elected official would please stand. All elected officials. And then please, council members that are elected officials. I want to thank you all for being with us today. We have a few elected officials on council, as I referenced, and we're grateful for their presence, and we're even more grateful for each of you that chose to be here today that aren't on council. Please take note, community members, of the individuals that stood up. Those are your representatives. They are the people that make policy recommendations come to pass. Connect with them. I also want to take a moment. You'll hear from a council member in a bit with our grounding story. A personal privilege to acknowledge the individual that will speak shortly, the City of Charlotte's first ever Latino City Council member, Juan Diego Mazuela Arias. And here's the joke I promise. When JD first joined council, there was a bit of controversy about people shortening his name. Councilmember Mazuela Arias, I want you to take comfort in knowing that the overwhelming majority of this room can say your full name without an issue. Almost 20 years ago, I made the decision to leave everything I know and make the great city of Charlotte, North Carolina, my hometown. In it, I found a place that welcomed me and afforded me countless opportunities to serve. Although it may be derisively seen as only my adopted home, I'm proud to call it the place that I chose. The place my wife and I chose to raise both of my children, the place that I chose to serve amazing organizations like Communities and Schools of Charlotte-Mecklenburg, the fifth largest community foundation in the country, the Foundation for the Carolinas, and as of last week, the longest serving Latino organization in the state of North Carolina, the Latin American Coalition. I take immense pride in my adopted home, knowing full well that I'm not alone in my adoption. We're a transplant and migrant region made up of a diverse menagerie of individuals with myriad experiences and a multitude of perspectives. As it did for me today, the Charlotte region welcomes all of you. And by extension, our council welcomes you. Over the course of the last 10 months, this council has tirelessly worked to listen to Latino communities throughout North Carolina. We've gone to the far east and far west of our expansive state. Over the course of almost a year, we've worked amongst ourselves to build out the recommendations we, as an advisory council, are charged with presenting to the governor. We have endeavored to find ways to help alleviate the challenges our Latino community faces in its current reality. Whether it's addressing the communities still recovering from an unexpected hurricane, or communities like the one we are in today that are still dealing with the repercussions of man-made disasters inflicted upon us and our most vulnerable. We have committed to listening and amplifying the many voices of our people to the highest office in our state. Today, you will hear from members of our council. You will hear where each committee is related to our listening sessions and subsequent recommendation development. You will hear from some of the members a legislative update and the ways our most recent budget and new laws will impact our Latino community. And each of you, both in public comments and in our committee sessions, will have an opportunity to build on what is being created. We take the time to thank you, Charlotte, and all our guests for listening, and more importantly, ensuring your voice is included in our work. Thank you. With that, our fearless DOA representative and support, Christina Sani.
¿Me toca a mí?
you, everybody. I would like to introduce an amazing person. Her name is Jordan Edders. She's our designee for the Department of Administration, and she'll share with us some updates from the Department of Administration. And after her, it will be my turn. Thank you. Give it up for Jordan.
Hola.
Hola.
Thank you, Christina. My name is Jordan Edders. I am with the Department of Administration. We are very happily now the home for the Governor's Advisory Council on Latino Affairs. And so very happy to be here. I'm actually from Concord, so right up I-85. Happy to be in Charlotte. Just a few updates from the Department of Administration. As you touched on, we now have a state budget. One of the kind of key things that came out of that state budget for our agency was the elimination of the Office of Historically Underutilized Businesses. That office supported small and diverse businesses across the state. And so we are working through that transition. Our Small Business Enterprise Program is still within DOA, out of that change. So we are working to continue that program, transition it to a different part of our agency, and continue providing support to those businesses and those business owners and the staff members that we unfortunately lost with that cut. So that is something that we are working through, and there will be much more information coming out as we kind of finalize what that is going to look like. But on a brighter side, some of the exciting things happening at DOA, our Commission on Accessibility, which we have some representation for here, is a newer commission stood up by Governor Stein earlier this year, focusing on accessibility in the digital space, physical spaces, communications and language access. Recently just had another quarterly meeting and are doing some great work. And so if it is of interest, happy to share more information. We also just concluded the summer 2026 State of North Carolina internship program, which housed about 92 interns from across the state at 13 different state agencies, and was a very, very good summer. We had an intern, and very sad that she's gone now, but it was great to have her. And then we also recently had a handful of Lady Cardinals who joined us for a high school mentorship program that we have at DOA as well. That program allows females in high school to come into state government and focus on areas that are related to STEM, areas of interest within the STEM field. And we had about 11, I think, high school girls that were recently with us for about a month and presented a really great project. And last little update, something that is exciting that's coming from DOA as well, is our Council for Women and our Division for Women and Youth over the last several years has produced a number of status of women in North Carolina reports. So last year, in 2025, the report that was produced focused on economic opportunities. We are getting ready to begin drafting another report with our partners, and that report will come out in March. It will be focused on maternal and infant health and mortality in North Carolina. So some great partners working on that, and so more to come from that division as well. And I'll turn it over to you, Christina. Gracias.
Gracias.
Thank you. Bueno, muy buenas tardes, Charlotte, the Queen City. How are you? So a couple of things before I do my prepared speech, because I wrote a speech for today. One is that we have Mi Familia Vota right there. Will you raise your hand? Thank you for being here. And this is, is it okay with everybody if I switch to Spanish? Is it okay? Anybody who doesn't speak Spanish, you have equipment? Yeah? We're good? Okay. Gracias. Eso fue una iniciativa del Comité de Policy, tener a organizaciones como Mi Familia Vota para estar empapados en cómo cada quien puede participar cívicamente, así que muchas gracias. También tenemos a la mesa de DHHS. DHHS, if you can raise your hand. Gracias, thank you, thank you. Hay muchísima información en esa mesa latina. Y por último tenemos el color del arte y la cultura. Si pueden subir la mano, por favor. Maravillosos artistas. Va a haber un momento donde nos vamos a mover de cuartos. Y si pueden tomarse un momentito para visitar su arte, realmente es maravilloso. Así que muchísimas gracias. Y voy con lo que tenía preparado. Bueno, elected officials, thank you for being in the house. We do appreciate coming into the Latino space. De los líderes, muchas gracias por estar acá, el staff. Si pueden, por favor, quienes son liaisons, if you can raise your hand so everybody can know who you are. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then, welcome. Bienvenidos a la reunión del Consejo del Gobernador Josh Stein para Asuntos Latinos. Es un gran honor estar acá. Normalmente no escribo lo que voy a decir, pero como Charlotte es una ciudad financiera, dije yo voy a preparar con lo que tengo que escribir. Cada vez que vengo a Charlotte se siente una energía muy especial. Es una ciudad llena de conocimiento, de innovación, de gente trabajadora. Y no es casualidad que sea el segundo centro financiero más importante del país. No de Carolina del Norte, no del país. Y pues estamos en Estados Unidos, ¿qué significa para el mundo, Charlotte? Pero más allá que los grandes edificios de crecimiento económico, Charlotte representa el talento y las oportunidades que hacen grande Carolina del Norte. Quiero comenzar agradeciendo a nuestros coaches, Federico y Andrea. Muchas gracias por su liderazgo. Gracias a Jordan y a todo el staff de la administración. Y por supuesto, gracias a nuestros miembros que dijeron que sí. Y cada vez que tenemos una reunión nos estamos moviendo por todo Carolina del Norte. Muchas gracias porque Carolina del Norte es más allá que Raleigh. Así que les agradezco por tomarse la iniciativa de manejar. Y como siempre me gusta reconocer el liderazgo de nuestro gran secretario Gabriel Esparza, que es de aquí de Charlotte, quien junto al gobernador Stein hizo historia al convertirse en el primer secretario latino nombrado en un puesto de gabinete de Carolina del Norte. Este día tuvimos la comunidad de Alfa, que estuvo en Carolina del Norte. Algunos de nosotros pudimos estar ahí. Y Alfa, que tiene décadas haciendo su convención, nos comentó que Charlotte ha sido el que rompió récord. Más de 5,000 personas vinieron a Charlotte para Alfa. Han estado en muchas partes del país y dijeron Charlotte tiene algo especial, Carolina del Norte tiene algo especial, hay una energía que atrajo a muchísimas personas, así que fue muy lindo ver cómo reconocían a Charlotte pues a nivel nacional. Pero mientras continuamos construyendo juntos, quiero recordar a quienes estuvieron antes de nosotros. Este consejo no nació de la noche a la mañana, es el resultado del trabajo de muchas personas que dedicaron años a abrir este camino. El primer consejo de esta naturaleza comenzó en 1998 y se llamaba Lolo Martínez, fue la primera persona que lideró el Consejo Latino, con el gobernador, el gran gobernador Hunt. Después de Lolo Martínez vino Axel Lush, él fue el administracionista. Después de Axel vino Gabriela Zavala, la gobernadora de Perdue. De ahí vino Mati Lazo con el gobernador Cooper. Y quiero decir que recientemente hablé con todos. Y fue muy especial. Yo tuve el gran honor de trabajar para el gobernador Cooper y ahora para el gran gobernador Josh Stein. Y eso me recuerda que el servicio público es precisamente eso, una construcción colectiva. Cada generación aporta algo nuevo, pero también se apoya en el trabajo y la visión de quienes estuvieron antes. Nadie construye solo. Y cuando miro este salón, cuando veo a ustedes, los miembros del consejo, cuando veo a la gente del público que se toma el tiempo de estar con nosotros, y cuando veo a las personas que están online, y cuando también me pongo a pensar en todas las personas que tal vez no pueden estar en esta reunión hoy, me doy cuenta que Carolina del Norte es más fuerte gracias a la presencia, el talento y el compromiso de nuestras comunidades. Y como siempre me gusta traer algo personal, hoy llevo unos zapatos pintados de la mano del artista Silvia Martín del Campo, quien además dedica su vida a la educación. Me voy a poner para acá para poder enseñar mis zapatos. Gracias. Me gusta pensar que el arte también cuenta historias y que estos tenis representan precisamente eso, creatividad, identidad, comunidad. Cuando ella me dio los zapatos y estaba en la Antigua, me puse a pensar en yo a los 16 años en la Antigua. Y me puse a pensar en mucho de mi propia historia. Y también me puse a pensar en las palabras, en la palabra popcorn. En Guatemala le decimos poporopos. En México le dicen palomitas. En otros países escuchamos cotufas, pochoclos, canchitas, crispetas, rositas de maíz. Es el mismo maíz, pero cada nombre cuenta una historia diferente, una historia distinta. Cada palabra refleja un lugar, una familia, una tradición, y así somos nosotros. Compartimos valores, sueños y el deseo de contribuir a este estado. Cada uno de nosotros trae su propia historia, su perspectiva y una riqueza cultural que fortalece a Carolina del Norte. Lo que nos hace únicos nos une. Y les quiero compartir dos noticias excelentes y después les voy a enseñar unos slides, pero me llena de mucho orgullo reconocer que han nombrado líderes de nuestra comunidad en importantes consejos. El gobernador Stein nombró a Silvia Martín del Campo en el Governor's Advisory Committee for Western North Carolina. Asimismo, también quiero felicitar a Janet López Casas, que fue nombrada al Governor's Teachers Advisory Committee, que sé que fue fellow de Latino. Quienes hemos hablado tantas veces de la educación sabemos que es importante que nuestra comunidad esté en estos espacios, en estas mesas. Estos nombramientos son un recordatorio que el liderazgo latino está presente en todos los ámbitos, en la educación, en la recuperación de nuestras comunidades, en el servicio público y en tantos otros espacios donde se construye el futuro de Carolina del Norte. Gracias por su compromiso, por su tiempo, por creer en este consejo. Sigamos construyendo sobre el trabajo de quienes nos antecedieron. Y pienso en ustedes, miembros. Porque estamos haciendo ese trabajo de tener el listado completo de la nómina. Son más de 150 personas que desde 1998 han sido nombrados por un gobernador para estar en este consejo. Y creo que eso tiene mucho valor. Y también me pongo a pensar en nosotros y en nuestro trabajo de abrir el espacio a quienes van a estar en el consejo con futuros gobernadores. Y en mi caso, quienes van a ser un Olo Martínez en un futuro, o un Amate, o una Cristina, me da mucha ilusión. Les quiero dar algunos updates. El primero es que regresamos a Carolina del Norte. Hay un grupo que el gobernador estableció que se llama Governor's Advisory Committee for a Strong North Carolina, para una Carolina del Norte más fuerte. Así que si pueden venir y escanear el código QR, vamos a estar aquí de regreso el 27 de agosto, nos encantaría. Y también, gracias a The Perro, vamos a estar en este espacio nuevamente el 27. Stronger North Carolina trae personas de todo lado. La sesión sí es en inglés, porque es para toda la comunidad de Carolina del Norte. También les quiero decir que el cohort que tenemos de New Americans, esos son todas las personas que han nacido fuera de este país, sigue trabajando. Vamos a empezar a hacer el entrenamiento de 40 horas, eso lo estamos trabajando junto a DHHS. Y también estamos planeando, junto con algunos miembros del comité, con Vicky García, muchas gracias, y con Esteban Guzmán, muchas gracias. Estamos planeando una conferencia para octubre en tema de desarrollo económico. Y como avisó Jordan, tenemos el Consejo de Accesibilidad. Ese es el QR Code si quieren aprender más sobre ese consejo. Pero lo que el consejo hace es que ve la accesibilidad desde 4 pilares del ser humano: la accesibilidad digital, la accesibilidad física, la del lenguaje y la de comunicación. Esa es una estructura completamente diferente. Tenemos a la creadora del concepto, Bethany Wagner, muchas gracias. Y agradecida con nuestro gobernador George Stein, quien tiene esta misión de seguir haciendo que el gobierno sea más accesible para todos. Y antes de que pase JD para terminar mi discurso, muchísimas gracias, Ciudad de la Reina, gracias por invitarnos, gracias por ser tan poderosos. Todavía me cuesta como digerir que esta es, así estamos aquí parados, en la segunda potencia financiera del país de Estados Unidos. Entonces yo creo que hay mucho que contar y también mucho que pensar, porque si ya somos tan poderosos financieramente, cómo podemos usar ese poder también para ayudar en otros temas que también necesitamos más ayuda. Ahí está Olivia, ahí está Isabela, muchas gracias por estar acá, muchas gracias por escucharme, sigamos trabajando juntos. Para los miembros del consejo, los adoro, sé que este trabajo es difícil, pero ustedes son las personas correctas para estar en esas sillas y yo sé que cuando ustedes se sientan ahí, traen sus historias y traen todo el mundo por el que ustedes trabajan. Así que les agradezco muchísimo por su tiempo. Y que viva Charlotte, gracias, gracias.
Without further ado, the City of Charlotte's first Latino council member, JD Masuerais.
Saludos a todas y todos. Good afternoon. I want to first recognize my colleagues from the City Council, Councilmember Luana Mayfield. Thank you. And Councilmember Dante Anderson. And as my colleague, Councilmember Anderson would say, welcome to District 1. Thank you. To the Governor's Advisory Council on Latino Affairs, Governor Stein and his team, our hosts at the Pearl, and especially co-chairs Federico and Andrea, thank you so much for the invitation and for the work you all do on behalf of our state and the Latino community. When I think about the place that grounded me, I do not picture at first Charlotte's skyline. I picture Central Avenue, Sharon Amity, Albemarle Road, and Monroe Road where I grew up. I picture East Charlotte's apartments, public school classroom, small family businesses, construction sites like the ones my dad worked on, and corridors where English and Spanish and many other languages live side by side. I picture a community that never waited for permission to build a life. We simply made a way. I came to this country from Pereira, Colombia, when I was just 8 months old. And before I continue, I want to recognize and hold in prayer our Colombian brothers and sisters impacted by the recent earthquake. My mom, dad, and little sister who live in Charlotte were there and are still there and experienced it firsthand as they remain in Colombia. And I was just there a week ago receiving a recognition from Pereira City Council. I hope you will keep them in your hearts and consider donating or contributing supplies to those affected by immigranthands.com/donate or at 9233 Nations Ford Road, where the Colombian American Chamber of Commerce is collecting goods and supplies. Charlotte raised me. East Charlotte formed me. But for many years, even though this was the only home I knew, the law did not fully recognize me as belonging here. Long before I knew the language of public policy, I understood its consequences. Decisions made in rooms our families may never enter can shape your school, your neighborhood, and whether government protects or overlooks you. That child grew up to become a proud East Mecklenburg graduate, a formerly undocumented immigrant, a queer Latino, and a son of East Charlotte. And last December, I took a seat on the Charlotte City Council as the first Latino council member in the history of North Carolina's largest city. I carry that honor with enormous gratitude, but I have also learned that every first carries two truths. One, a barrier has been broken. Two, that barrier stood for far too long. I do not want my election remembered only as the moment one person made history. I want it remembered as evidence that our understanding of who can lead and who belongs in power is expanding. Representation changes what people can imagine, but inclusive democracy demands more: participation, access, and ultimately shared power. That is why gathering here at the Pearl is so meaningful. This campus reflects a bold vision and belief. bring researchers, health professionals, entrepreneurs, and community partners together, and they can reach solutions none could discover alone. But this place also asks us to remember. The land beneath the Pearl was once part of Brooklyn, a vibrant, self-sustaining Black community displaced by urban renewal. That history is not separate from the innovation happening here. It is essential to it. Because innovation without memory can repeat old harms with new architecture. Progress without inclusion can produce impressive buildings while leaving the same people out of them. And growth without belonging can transform a place without improving the lives of those who have long called it home. We often talk about innovation as something that happens in laboratories, universities, hospitals, clinics, or technology companies. But innovation must go beyond the physical spaces and shape how we govern. What if we approach public trust with the same seriousness researchers bring to discovery? What if we treated bilingual access not as an accommodation, but as essential public infrastructure? What if lived experience counted as expertise, and those closest to a challenge helped design the solution from the beginning? That is democratic innovation, and we need it now. Across North Carolina, Latino communities are already building the future. They're starting businesses, caring for patients, teaching children, constructing homes, creating culture, and strengthening our neighborhoods. We are part of this state's economic, civic, and moral fabric. Last November, though, that very fabric was threatened here in Charlotte. During Operation Charlotte's Web, a federal search led by U.S. Customs Border Protection, I stood at W.T. Harris and Greer Road and watched agents chase a street florist into the woods. I walked into a supermarket on Independence Boulevard that had gone dark, and I found young workers hiding inside. I spoke with a pastor whose congregants were trying to keep one another safe. And in one day, more than 30,000 CMS students missed school. Let us be precise. CBP led that operation, and ICE is a different agency that still continues to enforce here. But our communities experience the same message. That looking Latino, speaking Spanish, hablando español, working an ordinary job, or living in an immigrant neighborhood like those in District 5 can make you a target. We cannot normalize an enforcement system that treats brown skin or black skin as evidence or an accent as probable cause. That is racial profiling. That is the criminalization of our identities. And it makes us all less safe by teaching families to fear the institutions that are supposed to protect them. A democracy cannot call itself inclusive because everyone is welcome in theory. It is inclusive only when people can participate in practice without fearing that their face, their name, or their language will be used against them. That means understandable information, accessible services, visible disparities, leadership pipelines that value Latino talent, and institutions that earn trust by showing up consistently without ceremony or spotlight. In East Charlotte, that is the standard I carry into public service. My job is simply not to sit at the table. It is to make that table longer, bring government closer to the people, and ensure overlooked neighborhoods help set the agenda. This council can move North Carolina beyond asking, how do we serve the Latino community? And towards asking, how must government change so Latino North Carolinians can shape our shared future? That moves us from outreach to partnership, from construction and consultation to co-creation, and symbolic inclusion to durable power. Progress is measured by who benefits, who belongs, and who decides what comes next. I stand before you as proof that our institutions can change. A child raised along one road in poverty, and a family navigated a country that did not yet recognize them, can one day help govern the city he has always called home. But I do not want this story to remain remarkable. I want it to become normal. I want Latino children, and that includes Afro-Latinos, in Charlotte, rural North Carolina, the mountains, the coast, and everywhere in between, to grow up knowing they are not guests in this democracy, they are the very authors of it. So let us build a North Carolina where innovation is cutting edge and community rooted, where progress learns from history, where government listens to people, invests in them, and shares power with them. Let us make our public institutions as bold as the people they serve. Let us open doors without demanding the spotlight, strengthen community voices without replacing them, and stand beside our people while allowing them to lead and knowing when to let go of power. And let us leave this place committed not only to imagining the future, but to building one in which all of us can belong. Aquí estamos, aquí pertenecemos, y juntos aquí construimos el futuro. We are here, we belong here, and together we are building the future. Muchas gracias.
So very quickly, first of all, thank you so much, Councilmember, for your words. And I know that though he represents us on City Council, he is not alone, and he's shared his vision that throughout communities around the state, we will see Latino elected officials. We have some on our board, as has been referenced before. I also think it's highly important to share with us today is Liz Monterey Duval, who is the first Latino on the school board in Charlotte. We also have Susan Rodriguez Miguel, the second Latina on the county commission. And the first Latina Democrat serving in that body. And they do not want to be the last. So their presence, again, reinforces that we want to ensure that we grow this commitment to our community. With that, I will ask that three of our council members, Stefania Arteaga, Larissa Garzon, and Jacqueline Murillo, join us at the front to provide us with a legislative update.
Buenas tardes, ¿puedo hablar español? Buenas tardes a todas, todos y todes. Es para mí un placer estar aquí con ustedes. Gracias por tomarse el tiempo de estar aquí hoy. Mi trabajo el día de hoy es darles información acerca de actualizaciones enfocadas en los temas de salud a nivel estatal. Lo voy a hacer en español, solo tengo muy poquito tiempo y han pasado muchísimas cosas. Entonces hubo muchas cosas que me tocó dejar a un ladito, pero voy a tratar de explicarles lo que yo más pueda en este momento. Vamos a empezar un poquito con lo que es la HR1, que fue una ley que se pasó en julio del 2025 a nivel federal. Gracias. Y la HB 696, que fue una ley estatal que se pasó en abril del 2026. Las dos están relacionadas, entonces voy a contarles de qué se trata en la misma conversación. Básicamente, el gobierno federal ha reducido el dinero que le está dando a los estados para la salud, y esto ha tenido un gran impacto en los diferentes programas sociales, pero vamos a hablar un poquito acerca de Medicaid. Aparte de Medicaid, no quiero que piensen que es el único servicio público que se ha afectado. También se ha visto, por ejemplo, que para el Obamacare o el ACA, aproximadamente 3 millones de personas ya han perdido su elegibilidad porque se han subido mucho los precios, no han podido estar. O, por ejemplo, ahorita hubo un incremento en los copayments de muchas personas que pasaron como de $4 a $35. Entonces estamos viendo que es como un efecto, ¿verdad?, que se ve en todos los servicios y beneficios públicos. Ok. Entonces, ahora las personas que quieran Medicaid, lo traté de simplificar, ¿verdad? Van a tener que tener 3 cosas para poder ser elegibles. La primera cosa es que tienen que tener un estatus migratorio de ser ciudadanos, residentes permanentes o algunas excepciones con las cuales no voy a ir por el tiempo, ¿verdad? Pero en su mayoría, lo que quiero decir es que los refugiados, los asilados, las personas que tienen permisos humanitarios o las víctimas de crímenes como trata de personas, violencia doméstica o víctimas de crímenes van a perder su oportunidad de tener Medicaid, ¿ok? Entonces, las personas indocumentadas ya por hecho, en general, no eran beneficiarios de Medicaid, aparte de unas excepciones que eran de emergencia, entonces no tiene mucho efecto con las personas indocumentadas, pero tener tantas personas que van a perder su cobertura médica sí va a afectar a las personas indocumentadas en el sentido de que ahora los proveedores van a tener una demanda aún más grande por servicios y menos fondos, por lo que hablamos al comienzo de que se bajaron los fondos. ¿Hasta ahí vamos bien? Ok. En octubre primero van a hacerse estos cambios, van a tomar valor. Entonces la gente está empezando a recibir unas cartas del Departamento de Salud. Me encantaría que ustedes todos, si conocen a alguien que ha recibido esta carta o que tiene Medicaid, hagan las siguientes cosas. Una, que le digan a la gente que esté pendiente de su correo. 2, que si el Departamento de Servicio Social o de Salud les pide más información, que por favor la manden lo más pronto posible, que sus datos estén al día con las agencias y que la gente sepa que por ser inmigrante no quiere decir que no puedas tener servicios. Cada caso es diferente. Entonces, tienen que contactar a un experto o experte para que les ayude a navegar esa parte. ¿Ok? Como dije, esto se va a implementar el 1 de octubre. Ok. Otra cosa es que las personas que tengan la residencia, pero tengan menos de 5 años por la residencia, no van a ser elegibles para esos servicios. Tienen que esperar 5 años antes de poder solicitar esa ayuda. Ese es el primer requerimiento. El segundo requerimiento es de income, que no sé cómo se dice, sus ganancias, las ganancias familiares. Los ingresos familiares, muchas gracias. Es importante que la gente sepa que ahora el departamento va a estar revisando los ingresos familiares una vez por mes y eso, si ellos reciben una alarma de que algo está mal, tienen que responder inmediatamente para no perder sus beneficios. El tercer requerimiento es de trabajo. Entonces, la mayoría de las personas, como digo, esto no aplica igual a todo el mundo, cada caso es diferente, pero la mayoría de las personas que estén sanas y que sean adultos van a tener que trabajar, estudiar o ser voluntarios un mínimo de 80 horas por mes. Esto tiene que ser cierto 3 meses antes de la que la gente solicite su Medicaid. En pocas palabras, si usted no ha trabajado por 2 meses y trata de solicitar Medicaid, no se lo van a dar. Usted tiene que haber cumplido estos requerimientos por 3 meses antes de pedir ayuda. Esta recertificación y mirar si su elegibilidad todavía está al día, lo que va a tener que hacer cada 6 meses. Antes se hacía una vez al año, ahora va a ser cada 6 meses. Las personas ya no van a poder tener la posibilidad de firmar un documento bajo juramento diciendo que tienen su trabajo XY, sino que van a tener que entregar bastantes diferentes documentos. Hay excepciones, no tengo el tiempo de realmente enfocarme en eso, pero nuevamente, si ustedes conocen personas que tienen Medicaid, es importante que entiendan que ya no se trata de quién es elegible. Ahora se trata de quién es elegible y quién puede navegar el sistema, quién entiende cómo subir los documentos al portal, quién tiene los documentos de su jefe, de su jefa, ¿verdad? Ha cambiado esto totalmente y lo que sabemos es que mucha gente va a perder su cobertura no porque no califiquen, sino porque no van a saber cómo tienen que hacer este proceso. Entonces, importante que los manden donde expertos nuevamente que les pueden ayudar a navegar estas cosas. También vale la pena mencionar que antes, cuando tú solicitabas Medicaid, te podían ayudar hasta 3 meses antes, de cositas que te hubieran pasado hasta 3 meses antes. Esto ahora solo va a ser por 1 mes para la mayoría de las personas. Los fondos para Medicaid de emergencia también bajaron, entonces otra cosita para eso. Yo sé que son muy malas noticias y que las estoy dando muy rápido. Discúlpenme, pero sí tengo una buena noticia. Gracias a la abogacía de muchas personas que están en esta sala, tens of thousands, no sé cómo se dice, pero miles y miles de personas no perdieron su cobertura. Antes, en la propuesta original, los niños, las personas embarazadas y las personas con postparto no iban a ser elegibles, pero ahora sí van a ser elegibles para Medicaid. Es una victoria que se logra. También para contarles un poquito acerca del presupuesto que pasó el Estado de Carolina del Norte, nuevamente no puedo revisar todo, pero en cuanto a la salud sí les quería comentar que en junio de este año 2016, el gobernador firmó el presupuesto del Estado y hubo 3 cambios que me pareció importante mencionar. El primer cambio es que la Oficina de Equidad de la Salud, que llevaba, creo, 30 años en el Departamento de Salud y fue una de las pioneras a nivel nacional, fue eliminada. Esto era un esfuerzo intencional de traer equidad a comunidades varias, incluyendo la latina. Ahora, todo lo que funcionaba bajo esta oficina va a quedar bajo la División de Salud Pública. Otra cosa es que se eliminaron 365 posiciones vacantes del Departamento de Salud. Y por último, dejarles saber que se aprobaron $6 millones a centros de embarazo de crisis, que son organizaciones sin ánimo de lucro, usualmente religiosas, que tienen como misión primaria decirle a las personas que están embarazadas que no tengan un aborto y que más bien den sus niños para la adopción. Entonces, eso también es interesante. Ya como último, sé que estoy hablando mucho, pero gracias por escucharme. Les quiero hablar acerca de la carga pública. Es algo que se escucha mucho por la comunidad, ¿verdad? Y nuestras organizaciones, la gente siempre tiene mucho miedo por esto de la carga pública. Entonces, quiero empezar para decir que la carga pública no es una regla que diga que los inmigrantes no pueden usar o acceder a algún beneficio público. Eso no es la carga pública. La carga pública es una determinación que puede hacer un agente de migración que es individual a cada caso, que se aplica diferente a cada persona. Puede afectar a las personas que quieren ajustar su estatus de residencia a ciudadanía o a residentes que han estado más o menos 6 meses afuera de Estados Unidos, porque ustedes también tienen que estar 6 meses y volver. Ok, ¿por qué estoy hablando de la carga pública? Resulta que el 16 de julio el Departamento de Migración anunció que ya no iban a estar en efecto las reglas de carga pública que se llevaban desde el 2022. ¿Ok? Van a tener unas reglas nuevas que van a empezar el 18 de septiembre de este año. Por el momento, ¿cuál es el cambio? ¿Qué es lo que debemos decirle a la comunidad? El cambio es que ahora los oficiales de migración tienen más discreción para hacer decisiones individuales, caso por caso, para cambiar la determinación de si una persona debe ser aprobada para la ciudadanía o no, ¿verdad? La carga pública es básicamente una determinación que dice si esta persona va a ser una carga para el gobierno, no se le debe dar su ciudadanía. Ahora los oficiales de migración tienen más libertad para determinar eso. Creo que nuestro trabajo no es decirle a las familias que usen o no usen beneficios, que soliciten o no soliciten, sino realmente es asegurarnos de que todas las personas tengan la información verdadera que necesitan, ¿verdad? Información confiable para tomar la mejor decisión para ellos mismos y para sus familias, y que tengan acceso a expertos y a personas que trabajan en inmigración como abogados que les puedan dar buenos consejos. Entonces, con esto voy a cerrar, pero sí quería decirles que it's my shameless plug. Mi organización tiene una línea de ayuda donde cualquier persona puede llamar para contactarse con esos expertos que le pueden ayudar. Entonces, muchas gracias y le voy a pasar el micrófono a Estefanía.
Ok, vamos a respirar profundo juntos. En 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna get ready. We'll go. 1, 2, 3. Not really good music either. Sorry. We like to be excited. Oh. Voy a tratar de hablar en español, lo que no pueda lo voy a tener que decir en inglés. I'm sorry. Bueno, yo voy a hablar sobre la propuesta de ley que es, bueno, ya es ley, la CB 153, the North Carolina Border Protection Act, o I'm not going to translate that one. Y'all got it comes. So this is a bill that was first introduced last year under the Senate. This bill has long history for various political reasons and races outside of the state. But to share a bit about this bill both passed the Senate, it's passed the House, and went to the governor. Governor signed, vetoed the bill. And about a month ago, it came back for what's called to be overridden, and where the Senate voted to override the gubernatorial veto, and so therefore it's become law, effective immediately. So it has 4 components. I'm going to primarily focus on the first one. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go from top to bottom, and I'm going to go to the top one because Larissa kind of already discussed point 2. So this bill, what it seeks to do is, 1, require state policing agencies, such as the SBI, the State Bureau of Investigation, the State Highway Patrol, the Department of Public Safety, and the Department of Adult Corrections to essentially collaborate with ICE. We're going to talk about what that looks like in a minute. There is a section here that forces state agencies that provide public benefits to take additional unnecessary steps for citizenship verification. I've been very disappointed by the local media coverage on this issue because they're essentially using far-right talking points on who is eligible for public benefits. Nobody who's undocumented is getting public benefits. This is clearly targeting people with status or with children who are U.S. citizens. And what it's doing is creating hurdles and pathways to make it scary to apply for benefits that their people are entitled to. It waives certain aspects of gubernatorial immunity for local governments that fall and comply with the anti-sanctuary ordinances. I also realized my edits didn't go through. This is the teeth on a bill that passed in 2016 called HB 318. Not to be confused with HB 318 that passed last year that mandated sheriffs to collaborate with ICE. Essentially what that bill did is that it prohibited municipalities from passing pro-immigrant, pro-sanctuary policy measures. And this is the teeth of that bill. And then lastly, it prohibits the UNC UNC system, so like UNC Charlotte, your UNC Asheville, your Chapel Hill, from adopting any type of sanctuary policies, very broad topic there, or procedures from preventing law enforcement, federal law enforcement, from obtaining the immigration status of students. That's scary. So I'm going to go and talk more deeply about number 1, because I want to make sure that people understand that, yes, it has technically gone into effect, but that does not mean that state agencies who have criminal state and federal jurisdiction have the ability to enforce civil immigration law. Does that make sense? Okay, let me see what I'm saying in Spanish, but I want to make sure it's clear. Simplemente porque esta ley ya se hizo ley y fue enforzada inmediatamente, no significa que agencias estatales, policiales que tienen los cargos de la ley criminal estatal y federal tienen el poder de ejercer el derecho de los agentes federales migratorios que tienen el derecho de ejercer la ley civil migratoria. So, what it essentially does is that it's forcing the SBI, the State Highway Patrol, the Bureau of Investigations, and the Department of Adult Corrections to enter into what's called 287G agreements. For those who may need a reminder, a 287G agreement is a contractual agreement between state agencies and the Department of Homeland Security, ICE in this instance, to grant them the power of ICE agents. Now, there are 3 different types of 287G agreements. The most dangerous agreement is called the task force model. The task force model will give agents, allow agents to be deputized to go out into the community and enforce civil immigration enforcement. I want to also let people know that under the Obama administration, the task force model was removed due to racial profiling. We saw a Department of Justice lawsuit here in Alamance County for racial profiling. Some of y'all may remember that. So the task force model was removed. Unfortunately, under Trump, we have seen it return. The model that has been around with us for quite a while now has been the jail enforcement model. And that is the model that we're most familiar with. That is the model in where if anybody, for XYZ reason, goes into a county jail, they will be held for an additional 48 hours, regardless if the charges were dropped, if they were given bond, or anything of the matter of like, they will be held an additional 48 hours for ICE. And lastly, we have the warrant service officer model, which deputizes sheriffs to simply serve what is called an administrative warrant. We hear the administration talk about warrants. Jesus Christ, we need a definition for that. Because their warrants are bogus warrants. They're not real warrants. There's no judicial official signing them. It's like Joe Schmo, the ICE agent, who says that Juanito Perez has an order of deportation. That's literally it. So what we're seeing is that these 4 agencies have until October 1 to sign into these agreements. The State Highway Patrol obviously operates in most rural communities, especially in eastern North Carolina and western North Carolina. As it stands, to our knowledge, there are no signed 287G agreements. This doesn't mean we don't have racist police officers out there doing things that they shouldn't be. I also want to name that the other agencies, for example, the State Bureau of Investigation, is the state's investigatory body. And so therefore, their role is to work with victims or work with other agencies to investigate. And we know that the research is quite clear that when there's local law enforcement and ICE collaboration, it doesn't make us any safer. And in fact, it hinders investigation. And lastly, the Department of Adult Corrections, unfortunately, was already collaborating with ICE. This solidifies the process. And the Department of Public Safety, unfortunately, for quite a long time now, has had a standing policy to collaborate with ICE outside of this law. The reason I name these things is because this bill has a lot of components, but because of the way that for example, our UNC Board of Governors have had a very particular political agenda, or the way in which our municipalities have been punished continuously after trying to save the current times. This bill looks very similar to the other components, but really there have already been a lot of institutional changes that essentially make it so it operates. So I will leave it at that because I know we're short on time. I think we're going to maybe try to do some Q&A at the end. We'll see if the bosses let us. But that's all I have for you all. I also just want to say that certainly if there are individuals who are being stopped by any of these agencies, primarily State Highway Patrol, who do not currently have jurisdiction to enforce civil immigration laws, I'd like to know. So let me know.
Hello, everyone. My name is Evelyn Murillo Figueroa, and I myself am not here to deliver good asylum, unfortunately. So the topic that I will be talking about today is the North Carolina IOTA funding. So I will not be reading straight off of the slide. You all can read it if you would like. However, I will be talking in a broader spectrum in terms of what this refers to. First and foremost, again, I said my name is Jacqueline Murillo Figueroa. I'm a supervising attorney with the United States Committee for Refugees and Immigrants. I have been representing unaccompanied children in removal proceedings in the Charlotte Immigration Court and immigration courts throughout the country for the past 7 years, almost 8 years at this point. So, what I will do right now is I will go over basically what this entails, right? The changes that are happening. And then the second part of my presentation today will be talking directly to the community, and I will do that part in Spanish in ways that we can help as a community and be sure that we are not doing what is referred to as unauthorized practice of law, which can cause someone to get in trouble. So we want to prevent that, of course. So basically what this entails is that funding has been changed. So before, certain amounts of funding used to be given to certain organizations that were delivering certain services to individuals in the state of North Carolina. So for example, North Carolina, Legal Aid of North Carolina, this is one of the organizations that is more publicly known. There are other organizations that were affected by this as well. However, for privacy reasons, I'm not stating some of them, but we are aware that some of those organizations are also present throughout the room today. So this is something that has been affecting a lot of individuals in our state. What is basically happening, as I mentioned, is the funding has changed, which means that one of the provisions that was added to this is, as you all can see on the third bullet point, this is where it's very important, is that it eliminates grant eligibility from any entity that provides immigration legal services, representation and advocacy for individuals seeking gender-affirming healthcare and policy or grassroots organizing. So obviously, all of these topics involve our community, correct? However, since I mentioned that I am an immigration attorney, I will be focusing a little bit more on the immigration legal services part. And with that, this is where I will shift over to Spanish, okay? Una de las cosas que ha cambiado durante este tiempo es que hay varias organizaciones que ya no tienen el dinero que tenían antes para poder proveer ciertos servicios legales, específicamente representación migratoria a diferentes personas en nuestra comunidad. Lo que eso significa es que hay muchas organizaciones que han cerrado, o ya muchos abogados ya no están trabajando para esas organizaciones, lo cual significa que hay varias personas que están terminando en la situación en la cual no tienen a nadie representándolos, pero aún así tienen que presentarse en la Corte de Inmigración o tienen su caso pendiente con USCIS, que es el Citizenship and Immigration Services. Sorry, that I don't really translate it to Spanish, but these cases are pending, right? So what we need to do as a community, and what we can do, like I said, to ensure that we do not commit what is referred to as unauthorized practice of law, is, as Estefania was mentioning, when someone is detained, right? So let's say someone is detained, someone that you know is detained. You as an individual, even if you are not an attorney, you can do certain things to help offending. And one of those things is you can help locate where that person is. So obviously if someone comes to you and says, look, a family member of mine or someone that I know is detained. At that moment, individuals that are going through this have a lot going through their mind. There's a lot of stress, there's a lot of worry, there's a lot of, I don't know where this person was taken, I don't know what is going on. So what we can do is I have put up here a phone number that you all can use. And this is a phone number that is public information. And there's also a website that you can Google and just type automated case number regarding immigration. You will need what is referred to as the A number, which I do not like using this word. However, that means alien number. That is a number that is given to anyone that is in any type of immigration proceeding, even anyone that becomes a legal permanent resident, right? If you become a legal permanent resident, you receive an A number, which is on your green card, or whenever you have any interaction with immigration, that comes up it's associated to you, sort of like the equivalent of a social security number, but even though it's not the same thing, it's a number that is associated to your name. You will need that number to call this phone number or enter in this website. I was going to show an example, however, due to time constraints, I'm not showing an example, but you can look this up and type the person's A number. You will also need their country of origin. So for example, Mexico, I was born and raised in Mexico, Guatemala, whatever country the individual is from. And there you can find out if the person has an immigration court coming up or not. You can also, as a member of the community, call the immigration court as long as you are with the individual. So if you are with someone that is in removal proceedings, you can call the immigration court. If they do not speak English, let's say that's an example, you can call on their behalf and say, I am here with this person. The number one main thing, though, to be able to prevent unauthorized practice of law is to not state that you are representing that person. To say, I am calling on their behalf and they are here with me, right? So that's one thing to keep in mind. So you say, I'm here with them and I'm calling on their behalf to ask if they have court hearing or what is going on with their case. The Charlotte Immigration Court, you can find the phone numbers online. You can easily Google the phone numbers of any immigration court in the United States. And also, you could potentially appear in an immigration court as an observer. And the reason why I wrote potentially is because it is up to the judge's discretion as well as up to whatever type of proceeding is going on. So for example, if it is a child that is in proceedings, and that may be closed due to the attorney's request or also due to the immigration judge's discretion. So I know that this is a lot of information and these are very limited in ways that we can help, but I just wanted to share some suggestions in ways that we can help. Because yes, there are a lot of individuals that now no longer have anyone representing them, unfortunately, due to these budget cuts and these changes. However, one of the ways that I just kind of want to go back a little bit that you can also help is you can also contact other nonprofits. So for example, the organization that I work with, we are a nonprofit, and what we do when individuals reach out to us and we cannot help is we actually send them a referral list with other phone numbers and names of organizations that we know are unaware of that can help them. As a list of private attorneys that are offering low bono or pro bono services throughout the state of North Carolina, because obviously this is something that is affecting the whole state. So you can help in reaching out to organizations to gather a list yourself as well to share with the community if you are able to, as well as just being there for people in general. Because in reality, what is going on with immigration is something that is affecting our community in many different ways. So just being there for people and helping in whatever way that you can. And I myself, in the next slide, we will be sharing our contact information. So in here, I will actually move it, so you guys can see it. My email and also Stefania's and Larissa's emails are here. So if you guys have any questions or anything regarding anything that we have discussed today, please feel free to reach out. I'm speaking on their behalf. However, feel free to reach out. And like I mentioned, specifically anything regarding immigration, if anyone has any questions, I can help to the best of my ability. And also poder brindar recursos para la comunidad. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I want to take a minute for two things. The first one is that my role is within the Office of Intergovernmental Affairs and Outreach. I'm the Senior Outreach Advisor, but we have different regional directors. That's a new concept of the governor. So we have our principal, main director, David Webb, and then we have Polly, who's in the western side, and then we have Madison Kilgore, who's on the central, and then we have PJ on the eastern, and then we have Mr. Walter Bowers. If you can come right here just a second so people can see you. Thank you for using the equipment. Para que yo pueda hablar español. Thank you. So this is Walter Bowers. He's our regional director in Charlotte. And we just want to make sure, and the government wants to make sure that you know who he is, and then you can contact him because that's part of our job. So do you want to say something?
Sure. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us. Primarily, my role is to work with local elected officials and community advocates on a variety of different subjects. My job is not to tell the great elected officials what to do. They wouldn't listen anyway. But it is certainly to be a support and to be a liaison on tough issues. So as it relates to certain things that are happening here in the city, I-77 being one, we've had good conversations and all types of issues. So we get a chance to have great conversations. So if there's anything that's going on, I am a liaison as it relates to outreach. And if I don't have the answer, I certainly know where to find it, and I'm thankful for Christina for inviting me to today's event.
Thank you. And our emails are really good. Our emails are Christina.hispano@nc.gov, and therefore our regional director is walter.bowers@nc.gov. So it's very easy. And then lastly, we're gonna go through our public comments. I just wanna make sure when you got the confirmation from us, you had guidance on public comments. So just so you're aware that this is a public meeting and everything that you say will be on record of the state. I just wanted to make sure you know that, and there is an English version and a Spanish version. Thank you.
All right. Okay, for them to hear it. So we're gonna start with the public comments. People are gonna have 1 minute, to make the comments. We have a few people, so we want to, be able to provide time for everyone. As Christina mentioned, this is a public forum, so everything you say will be recorded and will be, will be there forever. So, having said that, the first person is Cecia Hernandez.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Cesar Hernandez. I'm a doctor in psychology, licensed in clinical mental health counselor, a member of the Governor Advisory Council of Aging, and I'm very proud to work at Lucy Daniels Center in Raleigh, in Cary. Lucy Daniels Center has been serving children and families in North Carolina for 35 years with a deep commitment to children's mental health, emotional development, and relationship that help children and families thrive. One question has guided much of my own clinical work in the community. How can we strengthen the relationship that help children, families, and communities adapt, connect, and thrive? From that work, I developed Abuelitas 911. Abuelitas 911 is calling the 911 rescue in the United States. I call Abuelitas to the rescue. Abuelita had a cat. An attachment-informed intergenerational model that connects three groups whose needs are often addressed separately: children, caregivers, and older adults. Children need relationships to develop emotional regulation. Caregivers need support so they do not have to manage parenting and stress alone. And older adults brings experience, presence, cultural wisdom, and human connection that our communities need. Abuelitas 911 asks, what can happen when intention and connect them? Well, I have 10 seconds. Model has first partnered through Kaleidoscope. Lucy Daniels is now becoming the organization and home for this work, and we explore its next stage of development. Language access is more than translation. Language makes understanding possible, understanding makes relationship possible, and relationships make participation and collaborations possible. I would love to connect with anyone here interested in exploring how this work might strengthen children's, families, older adults, and communities across North Carolina. Thank you so much.
So I'm gonna mention the next two persons, so the other one is in line. So Ivan Almonte, and then we have Jessica Moreno.
Hola a todos, mi nombre es Iván Almonte, soy promotor de salud mental del futuro y yo sí traigo buenas noticias. Bueno, estoy aquí para comentarles del programa de Mentes Fuertes, Comunidades Fuertes, que estamos extendiendo nuestros servicios aquí en el condado de Mecklenburg para todo latino mayor de 18 años que pudiera estar teniendo síntomas de depresión, ansiedad y estrés postraumático. Es totalmente gratis y no se necesita seguro médico. También las sesiones son por promotores de salud mental y son de 1 hora y trabajamos de lunes a domingo. ¿Y por qué estamos aquí en Charlotte ahora, en Mecklenburg? Porque desafortunadamente nuestro socio, UNCG, estaría perdiendo sus fondos para septiembre 30 de este año. Así es que pues afortunadamente nosotros todavía tenemos fondos y por eso estamos extendiendo nuestro programa. Y también porque desafortunadamente nuestra comunidad latina inmigrante sigue teniendo muchos retos, como el acceso al seguro médico, a los desalojos que están a la orden del día en cualquier parte del estado, también al desempleo, pero sobre todo a la separación familiar, que sigue impactando nuestra comunidad. Así es que, bueno, aquí voy a estar yo por si tienen más preguntas. Dejé mi número de teléfono y mi correo electrónico para seguimiento. Gracias.
Tengo también a Irlanda Ruiz y Mónica Fuller.
Hola, yo también tengo noticias buenas. Me llamo Jessica María Moreno. Muchos de ustedes a lo mejor me conocen de mi trabajo comunitario, particularmente de organizar inquilinos y avanzar la justicia de vivienda. Pero hoy estoy aquí como candidata del condado de Gaston para comisionada del condado. Sería la primera latina en la comisión. Soy la única latina que está corriendo en mi condado entero. Y no hay representación absolutamente de personas de color. Y tenemos que cambiar eso. Yo me envolví en este trabajo comunitario en el 2017 cuando mi familia los desplazaron de una comunidad de casas móviles. Desde ese entonces cambió la trayectoria de mi trabajo. Me he dedicado a organizar en comunidades de color que no se escucha la voz de ellos. Y este es el segundo paso de ese liderazgo, es ser candidata, es que me sienten en ese asiento y poder representar a nuestra comunidad. En estos tiempos que nuestras comunidades están en ataque, les pido apoyo. Pueden hacer donaciones, phone banking, canvassing. Compartan mi página porque no puedo ganar sola. Muchas gracias. Jessica María Moreno.
No pedí milagros, solo pedí fortaleza, claridad y no desaparecer. Esa es una oración de una de las 14 historias de voces que transforman Charlotte. Buenas tardes, soy Irlanda Ruiz Aguirre, fundadora y directora ejecutiva de Habilidad X y la editora de esta antología bilingüe. Con el apoyo de la ciudad de Charlotte, reunimos 15 autores, donde una de estas autores está y forma parte del consejo, Miss Kurma Moreno, para documentar quiénes somos, qué aportamos y cómo estamos transformando Carolina del Norte. Voces que transforman Charlotte es un legado para la próxima generación, pero también es un regalo para el presente. Mi petición a este consejo y a todas las personas que forman parte de la comunidad de Carolina del Norte es apoyen una mayor inversión en proyectos bilingües liderados por nuestra comunidad y en organizaciones que ya han demostrado que pueden hacerlos realidad. Esto es una realidad. Trabajo que se hizo desde el comienzo, desde abajo hasta llegar hasta el día de hoy. Nosotros, la comunidad, ha demostrado lo que sucede cuando la inversión pública se une al liderazgo comunitario. Así que imaginemos lo que podemos lograr si juntos lo hacemos intencionalmente. Gracias, voces que transforman Charlotte, voces que transforman Carolina del Norte. Nuestra comunidad no vinimos a desaparecer. Y le entrego una copia para ustedes el consejo, después te la arreglan.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Monica Fuller Johnson with NC Medicaid's Office of
Communications and Engagement, and I'm here to share how we're helping North Carolinians stay informed as HR 1 changes are implemented. Our priority is simple. People should have clear, accurate, timely information that they can trust, especially when changes may affect their health coverage. Community partners like you are key to making that happen. We encourage you to visit the Medicaid is Changing page on NC Medicaid's website for the latest updates and resources. At the end of August, we will also release community toolkits in English and Spanish to support outreach. We also invite you to join Connecting Communities and Medicaid, CCM, our monthly virtual meeting for updates, questions, and engagement. In addition, we are recruiting volunteers for HR 1 presenters to share information directly in communities across North Carolina with training available in multiple languages. Thank you for your partnership and helping keep our communities informed.
All right, next one, Antoinette. I'm sorry, can't see the last name. And then I have Irving Zabaleta and Liliana Molina.
Good afternoon. My name is Antoinette Savage. They call me Tony Savage. I was appointed by Roy Cooper to be in the position of Family Chapter Commissioner. This is my second term. I go with Josh Stein. I am also representing the disability from 5 to 12 in our state. I stand before you because of family child care crisis. I have been in this field for over 40 years. 40 years I've seen so many of my colleagues leave the area. Why? Because we have no eyesight. We're not visible. We work with all the children in the state of North Carolina. There's 2,000 family child care homes in the state of North Carolina that I work with every single day. We're missing out on visual. You don't know who I am? You never saw me, but why not? And I'm doing the work. I have impact with my nonprofit in Western Carolina. We was number second person on the ground in the flood, pulling bodies. Where were you? Where was everybody? Hiding. But we have closed the doors on the family shelter, and we need to open those doors. If you have any children, where's your children today? You can't come to work unless you have a daycare. We're not babysitters. We're educators. I have 2-year-olds that's writing in cursive. You cannot outdo that because we give them the tender loving care, one-on-one care that they need. I'm not even pushing away from a center base. But when it comes to home base, our parents want to be inclusive with small environment. And we need for you guys to come alive and be there because see, I work with Africans. You know who they call Africans? Our Hispanic world. Majority of our children are in the Hispanic world. We need to support them 100%. And I don't know why our state is not allowing. If they can compensate, you having a bottle of wine over there, going to the store, buying cigarettes, you can at least give grandmother and grandpa a stipend for taking care of those children. So we need to come together as who I am. I'm Black, you're Latino. We need to fight it. 100%. I stand in front with the governor because he believed in me. He called me, he asked me questions. I was there with Senator Stein, Josh. I'll tell you, if we don't come together, we're gonna lose our community. We have to stand for one for all. All children is precious. I am a diamond, they're jewels. So I'm gonna sprinkle down from my heart to those children because they're our next legislators. They're gonna be standing up here. They're gonna be our government. So if you don't help bring them to a space and keep ICE out of our home, I'm gonna tell you a story. I about went to jail. And the reason why, because I take care of Hispanics. Those are my children. ICE came in and just interrupted the daycare in our community on the west side. We hid children and parents in my garage. I called a friend all the way from Greenville, South Carolina. He flew them out of the United States so they could be there. And I would do it again because they're precious. We built this. We built the United States. Why can't we stay and live here? Why can't we be treated as human beings? Y'all think they're always fighting the people that don't want to be. But I'm here to tell you, I have a foundation and we're fighting it. Please come and join me.
Irving Zabaleta, and then Liliana Molina and Rodrigo Medin. Rodrigo.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Irving Zabaleta y uso el pronombre él y trabajo para mi familia en acción. Y solamente quería yo recordar que tenemos una mesa a la parte de atrás, estamos registrando personas. Si usted es ciudadano americano, se ha movido, usualmente cuando uno se mueve el actualizar el registro electoral es lo último que uno piensa y es parte del proceso. Así que estamos dispuestos y contentos de poder ayudarles en este proceso. Tenemos una oficina aquí en Charlotte, estamos contentos de estar aquí en la Ciudad Reina. Y aparte de registros electorales, también tenemos información de cómo mantenerse involucrado. Vamos a estar lanzando un cohorte de academia, lo que es democracia y base building aquí en Charlotte el próximo año, lo cual estamos muy emocionados. Y por último, tenemos una fellowship, una pasantía para jóvenes latinos de 18 a 25 años en la intersección de lo que es la justicia ambiental e inmigración, que es pagada. Así que si tienen ganas de hacer trabajo con nosotros, poder ver posibles asociaciones, vayan y buscar atrás. Muchas gracias.
Están repartiendo dulces también. Sí, también.
Liliana. Liliana. So tengo Liliana Molina, Rodrigo, Griselda Alonso y tengo a Ana Vic online.
Gracias. Gracias a cada uno por estar aquí. Yo traigo buenas noticias y espero que sean mejores al final de lo que les voy a hablar. Hoy voy a hablar sobre el adulto mayor. Sabemos que en el condado de Mecklenburg, en Charlotte, tenemos una constante alza de adulto mayor, ¿no? O sea, cada vez más personas se unen a esta tercera edad, que es muy bella, y de verdad que para mí es un placer trabajar para este grupo. Yo soy la directora de la Asociación Colombiana y manejo el programa y coordinadora del programa Póngale Vida a sus años, donde ya empezamos con 19 miembros y hoy en día, después de 10 años que ya estamos cumpliendo y vamos a celebrar, tenemos más de 400 abuelos adultos mayores de diferentes nacionalidades. Y en un estudio que hizo la Universidad de Charlotte, y habla sobre las necesidades del adulto mayor, una de las primordiales, o de los primeros puntos que coloca la universidad es que el adulto mayor necesita un lugar para recrearse, para socializar y para mantener una salud mental y una calidad de vida mucho mejor a esta edad. Yo les insto a que sigan apoyando al programa del adulto mayor. Tengo muchos speakers que han ido allá a apoyarnos al programa y de verdad que para nosotros es un gusto y un agradecimiento porque sabemos que el programa es muy bueno y ha tenido mucha acogida en la comunidad, más que todo latino. Gracias.
Rodrigo.
Gracias. No tenía pensado presentarme primero como primera palabra, pero mi apellido lo obligó. Es Rodrigo Medinilla. Mucho gusto, del Centro de Apoyo Legal de Charlotte. Y lo que le quiero compartir, una disculpa, básicamente es unidad, empatía y sentido de pertenencia. Acceso y accesibilidad a los beneficios públicos están impactados. No nos podemos perder el tiempo si es bueno, si es malo, si es pasado. Es la realidad, están impactados. DHSS, DSS y las comunidades y las organizaciones de base comunitaria tenemos que hacer frente, y la única manera que vamos a poder hacer frente es poniendo a las personas en el centro de nuestras acciones. Quitemos los orgullos por un momento, trabajemos juntos de las manos, sumemos los esfuerzos, no dupliquemos las acciones. No es momento de querer salir en la foto y decir esto lo organicé yo o esto lo impulsé yo. Muchas personas afuera nos están esperando. ¿Cómo les vamos a hacer frente? Entonces, que este espacio que Cristina y todos los colaboradores que gobiernan estas mesas sea el espacio en los cuales encontremos cuáles son las aristas que ya cubrimos, cuáles son las aristas que faltan cubrir y cuáles son los mecanismos de dirección y contrarreferencia, referencia y contrarreferencia, pensando en términos médicos, que ya existen para que garanticemos que todas nuestras poblaciones sigan teniendo acceso a los beneficios que ya tienen. Porque no solamente van a tener una barrera al acceso, sino mantenerse dentro de estos beneficios. Eso es lo que en lo personal más me preocupa. Una regla puede cambiar, ahora van a pedir nuevas formas, o más bien ciertos estatus migratorios ya no van a ser elegibles. Pero ¿qué vamos a hacer con las personas que ya son elegibles y por no conocer los cambios no fueron coleccionando en los últimos 3 meses de información que necesitaban para mantenerlo? Ahorita no es el momento de ver qué logo va primero. Ahorita es el momento de ver quién está haciendo más para que menos personas se vean impactadas. Muchas gracias.
Solo quisiera agregar algo. Esto fue una iniciativa del Comité de Policy. Gracias, Ileana, si puedes levantar tu mano. Muchas gracias. Gisela, si puedes levantar tu mano. Muchas gracias. Y los otros miembros de Policy, can you raise your hand? Thank you, committee. Thank you. Todos ustedes tienen sus emails, sus teléfonos, entonces parte del follow-up es que el comité de policy, they're going to be following up with everybody who did public comments, van a estar haciendo un follow-up con las personas que hicieron public comments. Solo quería agregar eso. Gracias.
Gisela. Y luego Annabeth online.
Les pido que me den un minuto más, por favor. Voy a ser larga y precisa, ya le di todo al intérprete. Por medio de la presente, solicito respetuosamente que se adopten medidas preventivas y protocolos claros para proteger los derechos, la seguridad, la privacidad y el acceso a servicios de las personas y familias de nuestra comunidad ante la implementación de la ley SB 153. Reconozco que la SB 153 se convirtió el pasado 24 de junio en ley y establece nuevas obligaciones relacionadas con cooperación entre determinadas agencias estatales y las autoridades federales de migración, así como procedimientos relacionados con beneficios públicos, vivienda, desempleo, gobiernos locales y las instituciones del sistema de la Universidad de Carolina del Norte. Precisamente, por el impacto de estas disposiciones pueden tener las familias, estudiantes, trabajadores, niños, personas mayores y otras personas vulnerables, solicitamos que su implementación vaya acompañada de las siguientes medidas de protección. Protocolos escritos y públicos. Que cada agencia o institución publique protocolos claros sobre cómo se implementará la CBS 153, incluyendo qué información pueden recopilarse, cuándo pueden compartirse y qué funcionarios están autorizados para hacerlos. Protección de la privacidad de la información personal. Que se limite la recopilación y divulgación de la información personal migratoria o los estrictamente requeridos por la ley, respetando todas las protecciones constitucionales y federales aplicables. Capacitación obligatoria del personal. Que los funcionarios y empleados reciban capacitación sobre la SB 153 debido al proceso, derechos constitucionales, protección de datos, no discriminación y las diferencias entre la autoridad estatal, local y federal. Garantías al debido proceso.
que ninguna persona pierda su beneficio, servicio, vivienda, empleo, acceso a una institución educativa únicamente por la determinación informal o por información incompleta cuando la ley permita la revisión, corrección, apelación, y debe existir un procedimiento claro y accesible y prevención de errores de identificación. Que se establezcan mecanismos para corregir rápidamente errores relacionados con identidad, ciudadanía, residencia, estatus migratorio, antes de que una persona sea privada de un servicio o beneficio que legalmente tiene derecho. Protección a los niños y familias, que las instituciones adopten protocolos especiales para evitar que los niños puedan, sin acceso a educación. Ya me callo. Me callo. Respira. Ok. Que las instituciones adopten protocolos especiales para evitar que los niños queden sin acceso a educación, atención esencial, vivienda, alimentación u otros servicios legalmente disponibles como consecuencia de una situación dirigida contra un adulto. Acceso a información y asistencia legal, que las personas afectadas reciban información clara, en lenguaje sencillo y cuando sea necesario en español y otros idiomas sobre sus derechos, las consecuencias de una decisión y los mecanismos disponibles de solicitar la revisión o asistencia y separación entre los servicios esenciales y publicación migratoria. Y son muchos más, se los voy a compartir vía email, ya no me queda ningún segundo, pero siento que es importante. Y lo digo siendo promotora de salud. Por último, hace 10 años, la ley HB 318 pasó, nos quitó el derecho a identificarnos, nos quitó el derecho a la matrícula consular. Hace 10 años, Ileana y yo visitamos este mismo consejo en la ciudad de Raleigh. Hace 10 años ese mismo consejo nos dejó hablar, pero nos dijo que regresáramos en 3 meses y era una propuesta en ese entonces. Cuando regresamos ya era una ley. Ahorita ya es una ley y lo sabemos, pero creo que tenemos el tiempo para implementar, crear y que se desarrollen protocolos de protección para nuestra comunidad, los niños, los ancianos y todas las personas que puedan ser afectadas. Gracias.
Next person, Anna Vic, online. Anna Vic en línea.
Hola, buenas tardes. ¿Se oye ahí?
Sí.
Hola, me llamo Ana Lepevec. Yo soy parte de un grupo que se llama Push for Empowered Pregnancy. Trabajamos en el área de la salud materna y infantil. Estamos muy preocupados por la condición de nuestro estado en el área de tener acceso a doctores, a lugares para dar parto, ya que muchas áreas se está cerrando estas opciones, y para las familias latinas, claro que es un poco más complicado con lo que está pasando con el estado migratorio, que se sienten un poco más con miedo, que no pueden venir a exigir el cuidado que merecen. Estamos trabajando en una iniciativa nueva que es una conferencia, se llama Dando a Luz. Estamos planeándole con el Estado, con el Health Department, y les invitamos a que vengan a aprender más sobre esto. Es octubre 2 a las 9 a.m. hasta las 5 p.m. Ahorita está abierto para que se registren. bit.ly/Dando a Luz 2026. Ahí podemos mandar luego más información. Nada más queríamos invitar a todos que nos vengan a apoyar, a hablar de esta área de la salud que a veces no se menciona y es muy importante para nuestras familias. Muchas gracias.
Gracias a usted. No más comente público, y si no lo haces bien, rápido.
Gracias.
Buenas tardes a todos, mi nombre es Maribel García y vengo a dar rapidito 2 anuncios. Si buscan en la página de Facebook, Faith and Latin Coalition, quiero darles un anuncio que tenemos una nueva junta directiva y tenemos una reunión el 20 de agosto en la iglesia La Voz de la Esperanza. Y Faith and Latin Coalition está trabajando ahorita junto con partner con el Departamento de Salud. Y también quiero decirles otra noticia. A través de Health estoy haciendo una feria de salud en la parroquia más grande aquí en Charlotte, que es Nuestra Señora de Guadalupe, donde tenemos alrededor de 6,000 a 7,000, 8,000 personas. ¿Por qué? Porque en cada misa, que empieza desde las 6:30, salen 1500 personas en cada misa. Incluso aquí veo al doctor, ya no está, ahí está el doctor. El Departamento de Salud también nos ha acompañado. Este año tenemos el camino. Si alguien desea participar en esta feria de salud, yo voy a estar allá, esquinita. Y digo, mi nombre es Maribel García y voy a estar allá en esquinita si desea que su organización participe. Muchas gracias. Gracias por
Nadie más va a poder hablar, solo Rafael, porque me lo pidió y yo siempre hago lo que Rafael me pide.
No, lo que pasa es que a mí me vienen diciendo que este consejo no sirve para nada. Y lo que he visto hoy es una prueba que sirve para mucho. Que ha sido una organización o una entidad que ha funcionado y que siempre, siempre, siempre es un vínculo para todos nosotros y es una representación importante. Esto hace que nosotros, los hispanos, los latinos, tengamos representación aquí en el Estado.
It's a meeting with, you had me in the first half. Ok, ahora, algo increíblemente importante, cada uno de los líderes de los comités va a hablar brevemente sobre las recomendaciones en que está trabajando, lo que ha oído en todas las áreas donde ya ha visitado y ha estado en comunicación con las unidades en esas áreas. So, I'm going to call the leads up one by one. You have very limited time because we absolutely do not want to shut down the Charlotte community from continuing the dialogues we have already begun. So in no particular order, I'm going to ask first that my committee lead, Vicky Garcia, come and provide a quick update on the work that we've been doing with recommendation, where we're thinking of going with recommendation.
Hello, and I feel old because I brought a piece of paper, everybody's bringing their phones. So, hello, my name is Vicky Garcia, I'm the chair of the Economic Opportunity Committee. I am the president and CEO for the Latino Community Credit Union. So we have been already, as you may know, at the east part of North Carolina. We went to the mountains and now we started in the valley actually, and now here in Charlotte. So we have heard several things across the state. One, and the biggest one is access. People are looking for better access to affordable financial services, capital, housing opportunities, reliable information in several languages, and resources to start and grow a business. We are also hearing that the problem is not necessarily that they don't exist, is that it's very difficult to know where they are and to access them because they are scattered across several websites, several agencies, several nonprofits, and several organizations like the one I work for. Small business and entrepreneurship have also come frequently in our meetings. People want access to information. They want to know about financing, technical assistance, and this is a big one. We have heard that technical assistance exists, but the majority is in English. So, and there's a lot of need for information in Spanish and other languages. We also heard about the support not only by starting a business, but also supporting the business along the way. There are a lot of businesses that have been already performing 2 or 3 years, but they don't have the support they need to go to the next step. And another thing that the committee has heard is, where do you say this? So one of the things that we invite people to do in our committee when we meet is that we want to hear things that are working. We want to share that in the recommendations that we're working. And because complaining is easy, but also telling us what is working, we can also be an instrument to replicate those initiatives across the state and in the recommendations that we are writing. So we're preparing to do, I would say, 3 or 4 recommendations that are in draft mode, and obviously we'll incorporate whatever we hear here today. And it's one is improve access to banking and financial institutions, specifically providing information to it. We are thinking about recommending a creation of a resource hub where all the nonprofits or the financial institutions and all the environment that works on economic opportunity can leave the information in. We're also exploring the child savings accounts that we're working with Javiera in Durham as a pilot program and see how we can replicate that across the state. And also, we wanted to recommend a broad economic opportunity study for North Carolina, see the impact of current policies, how they are affecting workers and small businesses across the state. But obviously I want to emphasize that ideas are not finished, that we're open to comment, and that we're gladly working on this. Thank you.
Next, I'll call up Saida, the language and access to government.
Hey, everyone. Thank you, Federico and committee. So our committee has been focused on language access and access to government. What we're hearing is that language access is not just about translation. It is connected to the public safety, economic opportunity, and civic participation, and most of all, trust. So thank you, Vicki. I know that you mentioned access. And if people cannot understand the information, ask for help, participate in meetings, or know where to go, then access does not fully exist, right? And so that is our committee's duty, and based on the conversations that we have had across the state so far, we are bringing forward 2 recommendations and working on the 3rd one. So the first recommendation is to strengthen ties with Volunteer and C to build civic, volunteer, and community trust program. So North Carolina should strengthen its partnership and create this trust. This is a program that would help residents, community partners, and public agencies build stronger relationships through service, outreach, and regular community presence. And this matters mainly because trust is not built in one meeting, as we all know it here. It is built through consistency. It is built when people see government showing up before the crisis and serving alongside the community and creating meaningful ways for residents to participate. So the goal here is to move beyond inviting people to meetings. And the goal is to create real pathways for people to serve, lead, and build relationships with government over time. And so that is super important when we're talking about access across the board and not just with the Latino community, right? And so our second recommendation is to create an alternative to hub and language access workforce pathway. And so this is important because as we saw in the budget, the hub office was eliminated. And so creating an alternative pathway is important. So language depends on the people across our communities. Bilingual residents are already interpreting, as everybody here may or may not know, and translating and helping families understand forms, explaining services, and connecting people to government. But too often this work is informal and unpaid or connected to certification and contracting opportunities. So our goal here is to make sure that language access does not depend on the goodwill of the people alone, but that the people that are doing this work should be trained, certified, paid, and recognized across the board. And so before, thank you, interpreters in the back. And this recommendation came because there are a lot of, we were hearing from a lot of people that were doing the work, especially in Western North Carolina, and they are not being paid or recognized. And so finding ways to see them and hear them and make sure that there are pathways for them to access government is so important. And we're working on the 3rd one, so to be continued. Thank you.
Health and well-being, which we heard a bit from earlier, but we could follow up on where the recommendations are from those.
Hola nuevamente. Bueno, para mí es un placer trabajar con todos los miembros del Comité de Bienestar y Salud. Estamos muy contentos de trabajar juntos para dar estas recomendaciones. Como primera medida estamos trabajando en recomendaciones acerca del liderazgo del Departamento de Salud. Queremos que hayan personas de nuestra comunidad que estén en posiciones permanentes, en posiciones de liderazgo y que puedan tener un impacto como el que han tenido otros latinos en diferentes posiciones del gobierno. Como segunda recomendación, estamos recomendando al Departamento de Salud que continúe trabajando con organizaciones latinas y con los promotores de salud. Creemos que es muy importante que se valore lo que están trayendo estas personas que conocen la cultura, conocen el lenguaje y conocen la comunidad. Y que eso se tiene que valorar también el gobierno, ¿verdad? Como tercera cosa, también estamos dando recomendaciones en lo que tiene que ver con la salud mental. No solamente pues por las experiencias que en sí ya una persona latina inmigrante tiene al dejar su hogar hasta enfrentar todos los retos que es estar en un país diferente, pero también han habido muchos cambios, como hablé antes, en las políticas federales y estatales, y también un aggressive immigration enforcement que se ha hecho como cosas de migración que son muy agresivas con la comunidad y que están causando un trauma colectivo que realmente no se está abordando. Necesitamos soluciones. Como último, estamos también trabajando lo que es el acceso a la salud preventiva y también de manejo de condiciones crónicas, lo cual también se ve afectado por estas políticas que están cambiando a nivel federal y estatal. Antes de irme quisiera compartir que nosotros hicimos como un paseo por el área de las montañas de Carolina del Norte, a donde visitamos diferentes clínicas, una oficina del Seguro Social, diferentes lugares. Gracias, Francisco, por ayudarnos con eso. Y realmente lo que escuchamos creo que es la importancia de la colaboración entre las diferentes agencias, pero también una preocupación por todos los cambios que están sucediendo. Algo que olvidé y que no puedo creer lo que olvidé cuando hablé antes, es decirles que a partir del 1 de octubre, la Oficina de Seguro Social tiene como obligación reportar a cualquier persona que solicite beneficios públicos y que no tenga un estatus migratorio que ellos puedan verificar. Cuando hablamos con la oficina en las montañas, era como noticias para ellos. Ellos realmente no tenían todavía una guía de qué era lo que tenían que hacer, cómo lo tenían que hacer. Entonces, ya ha pasado unos meses, pero creo que estas nuevas reglas que ponen a las personas que están ahí para ayudar a su comunidad y que los ponen en una posición muy incómoda, donde ahora tienen que reportar a las personas que no puedan verificar su estatus migratorio, creo que va a tener un impacto muy grande y también es algo que debemos considerar. Muchas gracias.
Immigration policy agreement.
Buenas tardes a todos, mi nombre es Diana Santillán y yo voy a hablar en español sobre nuestras actualizaciones. Nuestro comité, a pesar de que nos llamamos Civic Innovation y Policy Advancement, tenemos resoluciones de Disaster Relief. Entonces, para nosotros fue súper importante estar en Western Carolina en la reunión pasada porque escuchamos de organizaciones sin fines de lucro que han buscado de sus fondos para darle de comer a las comunidades porque el gobierno no estaba haciendo nada. Escuchamos también de la gente que trabaja en los campos que han tenido que relocate y buscar recursos por sus cuentas porque no les está llegando nada de información. Entonces, más aparte de Disaster Relief, queremos Disaster Prevention y una de nuestras metas es hablar con los comités de lenguaje, porque como hemos escuchado en todas las presentaciones, Language Access todavía viene siendo una cosa bien importante en todos lados, y no solamente se trata de Language Access, porque traducir un documento no significa que la gente lo entienda. Entonces tenemos que usar otras maneras de alcanzar a nuestra comunidad para poder ayudarlos. Entonces, con esta primera recomendación, nuestra meta es hacer un assessment, aunque sea pequeño, con organizaciones, líderes, stakeholders, personas que vivan en Eastern North Carolina y Western North Carolina y nosotros poder comprobar, no solamente con palabras, sino por testimonios de las personas qué está pasando realmente, porque hubiéramos pensado que después de Hurricane Helene ya habría habido mejoras, pero vemos que la situación sigue igual o peor. Entonces, esa es la primera recomendación que estamos trabajando. La segunda tiene que ver con Public Safety. Estamos súper agradecidos con el Departamento de Transporte y con David, que nos ha estado ayudando muchísimo. Nuestra primera recomendación en regards to Public Safety era hacer un estudio, pero nosotros liderar el estudio, buscar data points y todo eso, entonces nos han ayudado a entender iniciativas como MC Vision Zero, que tienen un montón de data, un montón de información que nosotros ya tenemos acceso. Entonces, en lugar de inventarnos iniciativas, hemos entendido que nos conviene más encontrar los puntos clave dentro de las oficinas del gobierno y nosotros poder conectar para buscar la data y todo lo que necesitamos. Entonces, esta viene siendo la segunda recomendación. La tercera es algo nuevo que hemos visto en todas partes del estado. Ha habido fraudes de notarios. Entonces, ahorita vemos que nuestras familias, nuestros amistades están desesperados por buscar alivios migratorios y en este desespero se dejan llevar y se ilusionan y mandan documentos en Messenger, en WhatsApp, documentos súper delicados. Han habido muchísimos fraudes. Entonces, queremos impulsar iniciativas que trabajen con el Attorney General's Office, con el NC State, para asegurarnos de que la gente no caiga en estas trampas. Entonces, nuevamente, pues eso tiene que ver muchísimo con comunicación y cosas así. La otra cosa también es que respecto a la propuesta de la ley, es 953, los invitamos a que vayan a nuestro comité. Nosotros vamos a estar hablando de estas recomendaciones y de cosas, pasos adicionales que podemos hacer para contrarrestar el impacto de esta ley. Nosotros vamos a estar en el cuarto 2202, entonces los invito a todos a que nos acompañen y podamos hablar de esto. Caben 12 personas.
Sí, solo caben 12, no caben 13 ni 14, caben 12.
Correcto.
Prudencio y Piedad. No sé.
Thank you. So before we start, we're gonna take 30 seconds. I want to recognize two people in the room that are very dear to me. One of them, Jasmine Jackson. Some of you know I'm a doctoral student at NC State University in the adult and community college education program through the Belt Center. And Jasmine is one of my classmates. Jasmine. Jasmine is the founder and executive director of the Accelerated Training Program, which serves underrepresented K-12 children to digital literacy, cybersecurity education, and computer sciences. She's a computer scientist, and she decided to cross the bridge and come to education fully. And so we are in our second year, and I just wanted to say thank you for being here, Jasmine. If you want to know more about what she does, please talk to her. And second, Mark Reed. Thank you, my friend. He's the managing director at the John M. Belk Endowment. Thank you for your support to advance post-secondary education in our comunidades. Your presence is always delightful. Thank you for being here. So, having said that, my amazing, yeah. So education is not isolated to a classroom or an institution, but it is directly intertwined and influenced by those things, the social determinants of health, those things that happen outside the classroom, in the lives of our students. Our council with the different committees, they all intersect one way or another. Everything intersects with education. And we pay attention to what's going on in the other committees so we can provide sound and informed recommendations that reflect the multidimensional educational realities of our Latino communities. Having said that, we've been working in drafting recommendations. We realized that we had an amazing template from the previous council recommendations. They still apply to today, just we need to tweak it. Realities are different now. So we are paying attention to that and infuse them with what's going on right now. You know, they still work. We want to continue pushing it, and each one of us in their own spaces are continuously talking to local leaders, local educators, to learn more about the realities of the different communities and bring that to our discussions so we can get that into black and white. Having said that, I want to leave you with Kiara.
Thank you, Prudencio. So to give you all a quick recap of some of the conversations that we've been hearing around the state, there have been a couple of themes that have emerged as it relates to education and skills. The theme that seems to have emerged across all of the committees is access and support gaps. And so there are huge access gaps, whether that's in Eastern North Carolina or Western North Carolina. When we think about funding, there isn't adequate funding to fully support students as they're navigating the educational journey. And so that is one incredible theme that we've heard. The other is teacher capacity and workforce. The reality is that our workforce and education does not reflect the students that it's serving. So whether that is gaps in representation or a recognition that oftentimes our Latina educators are faced with deeper burdens as they're supporting not just the students within their classroom, but also students within their school ecosystem. And so there's something here to be said around teacher capacity. The other piece, and one that really draws the thread across all pieces, is funding and policy barriers. We heard today the many barriers that are not necessarily connected to education, but are going to impact how folks navigate the education system, how their caregivers are able to show up for them in education. And so we have to recognize the ways in which these policies are impacting students' participation in education. And then the last one is student well-being, especially as we think about the reality of what students and families have been navigating this past year with the political climate. We cannot understate the impact that it's having on individuals' mental health and their wellness. And so with those themes in mind, there are a couple of key recommendations that are coming up for us. One is to modify state and federal appropriations, particularly to work towards amplifying the needs for more funding to support multilingual learners and the workforce around multilingual education. The second one is to ensure that students and families receive quality care. We need to ask for a more unified and centralized approach to how schools are responding to immigration enforcement as they come to their campus. We also need to have better supports in place to ensure that educators receive the training that they need to be able to provide culturally affirming education for their students. And then the last one is to cultivate a diverse and inclusive educator community. Our students are better served when the folks who are teaching them, educating them, also represent their lived experience. And so what would it look like for North Carolina to invest in continuing to diversify the educator workforce? Those are the themes that are coming up. We're excited to continue conversations with y'all today. And if you do have any questions, recommendations, please share those with us. Thank you.
Okay, well, you sit here. It holds 150 people, so we have.
All right, so just really quickly, we don't have a ton of time for our committee meetings. What I ask all the members of the public to do is please get to the rooms. Christina's about to direct you on where the rooms are. Get to the rooms as quickly as possible. And I apologize ahead of time. I didn't think about bringing note playlist. But anything that you want to say that you may not get the opportunity to say because of the shortened time, write it down. Leave it with us. Leave it with the committee leads. Leave it with myself and my co-chair. Just make sure that we capture what it is you value and is important to you in these discussions. Okay. With that, we have paper. So if you please take paper on your way out, or if you're staying, please come get paper. But make sure that you're jotting these things down. It's important.
Please stay seated. Don't start moving. Thank you so much. 1, 2, 3, stop. Okay, thank you. We have civic innovation and policy advancement. Those who are members, would you please go with Isabella, who's going to help us take you to the room. The members, council members, please. And then Isabella, when they come to you, can you let me know how many they are, so I can know how many spaces we have left? Thank you. And then Zaira, if you can come right here. If all the members of Language and Access to Government can come with Zaira right here. And then Zaira, please let me know how many spots you have left, so we can have members of the public. And then everybody who's part of the Health Committee, could you please come, go to the other room, raise your hand, Larissa. Everybody who wants to be part of the health conversation, there's a lot of them on that side. So this room is to that side. Follow Larissa, thank you. And then everybody who wants to stay for education and economic opportunity, you can stay. Thank you so much.
here to hear you. We want to make sure that we hear from you any problems that you may be having on specifically small business orientation, small business creation, access to financial services. And I don't want to put words in your mouth because probably there are other problems that we're not aware of that we want to hear about. But also, as I said before, we want to hear about things that are working so that we can spread the word and make sure that people know about it. So I'm just going to start with asking you a question, and we can go from there. And if you want to say something unrelated, it's okay. But I just want to just ignite the conversation. So, what are the most pressing issues currently affecting economic development and opportunity in your community? Harrison, will give you the mic.
Bueno, buenas tardes, yo soy Lizeth Pérez, tengo 15 años trabajando con negocios pequeños en el estado de Carolina del Norte. Hay muchos temas que realmente están afectando a los negocios pequeños en general. Obviamente la desaparición del hub es gigante, es algo que está impactando extremadamente la participación, porque no hay nada ahora, no hay ningún reglamento o estatuto que diga que hay que incluir la participación minoritaria de los negocios pequeños. Obviamente eso es una pérdida gigante para todos los negocios, más que nada para los que están en el área de la construcción. Y todo tipo de servicios, proveedores de servicios también. De por sí siempre ha habido una desconexión gigante entre los servicios, los proyectos comerciales y la contratación minoritaria, que solamente se estaba moviendo un poco porque tenían que cumplir una ley. Y muchos lo hacían solo por eso, to check a box, because they needed to meet part of that. La parte de lo que mencionaron, de una de las recomendaciones o de los puntos que están viendo sobre asistencia técnica, es muy necesario. Y con la desaparición también del Manual Vice Agency que desapareció el año pasado, que era otra subagencia del departamento del Hub, es algo que de nuevo más recursos se perdieron para los negocios acá. Y hay muchas organizaciones que están haciendo cosas para servir a los empresarios. Yo creo que es muy importante, en vez de seguir reinventando cosas, que a lo mejor esas organizaciones que ya están haciendo un buen trabajo puedan recibir más fondos. Yo creo que eso realmente es porque ellos ya tienen el conocimiento, ya tienen la confianza, they already have the trust of the community. Pero si ellos reciben más fondos, pueden seguir amplificando el trabajo que ya están haciendo actualmente, que es muy necesario. Y en la parte rural, en la parte de Western Carolina, se necesita muchísimo más porque no hay muchas organizaciones que realmente lleguen a la ayuda a la comunidad. Hay miles de empresarios en todo Carolina del Norte, pero ellos, a pesar de que tienen años haciendo negocios, ellos no saben cómo crecer el negocio y cómo acceder a las oportunidades que ya hay actuales. Ellos lo que necesitan es, sí, se necesita mucho de cómo empezar un negocio, porque lo veo, pero hay muchas organizaciones que ya hacen eso continuamente, pero no hay muchas ayudas o entrenamientos o capacitaciones. Y la parte de asistencia técnica para las empresas que ya están establecidas, pero al mismo tiempo, porque no saben operar un negocio, siguen perdiendo mucha plata, a pesar de que lo están haciendo. Y hay negocios que llevan haciendo 10 años, le hacen millones, pero aún así no saben toda la plata que realmente hacen, porque pierden mucha plata. Y porque no hay nadie que los ayude en su idioma a cómo pueden empezar. Es realmente seguir creciendo una empresa o conectarles con las oportunidades y las capacidades que hay actuales.
Gracias. I don't know if you, I don't know how many speak or don't speak Spanish. Anybody here can translate?
I'm being translated?
Yes.
Is that?
Yeah, we are one of the privileged ones. Okay, anybody else?
Can you summarize what she said?
So basically, access to sources of training because of the loss of HUD. There are a lot of minority-owned companies that are not having access to new contracts or new possibility of growing their companies because they used to do, those who did contracting would do minority-owned hiring just to check the box. But now that those minority support or requirement has been deleted, people wouldn't even consider minority-owned companies. So that's one of the issues. We were talking about also how to grow companies. So what I said before, that people already have their businesses, they already have the trust and the knowledge of the community, but they don't have the tools or the knowledge to grow the companies. There's also a need for technical assistance for that second stage in the business. And there are a lot of nonprofit organizations that have lost funding, that were providing their services, that are not providing those services anymore. So there's a need of funds to be replaced that federal agencies were given to these organizations.
Hey, I'm John Barreau. This is my first time attending this meeting in Charlotte. I was at the one at Colby a few months ago. Yeah. And I work for TD Bank. I'm here to learn and listen. But one of the things I heard Vicky say earlier about having access to documents and stuff in Spanish. I will say our bank, we have a whole curriculum of financial education, and we have it in both languages, English and Spanish. And we have trained people in our stores that can teach that information in Spanish. And we're also starting to produce a lot of our legal things that have to be signed now in Spanish, not for all the accounts, but for a lot of the major ones. But we do have, again, curriculum from kids all the way up through adult age, and for businesses in English and Spanish. We're also partnering with Zuri's Carolina Small Business Development Fund. I don't want to put words in her mouth, but they're developing a program to help Latino entrepreneurs to develop, to learn how to do business through social media, for just lack of a better word. And again, I'm telling you what she told me. But after the hurricane, they learned a lot of Latino companies missed out on a lot of stuff because the only way to communicate was over social media, and they didn't have what they needed to do that. And so I know our bank's partnering with them. We've given her the money basically so she can help develop that curriculum. And so I would, and I know they've got offices in Western North Carolina as well as here in Charlotte, Raleigh, and down in Wilmington. So I do want to put a plug in for them. But if any of y'all have any questions about our curriculum, I can help answer those. I live and work out of Spartanburg, but I work in this area, and I can get people at the bank that can help too. That's all.
You need your email.
Yeah, and I'd like to get your.
Okay. So, because one of the things that we have realized in these meetings is that there's a lot of organizations, banks, CDFIs that can provide those services, but people don't know about that. So that's why we're talking about the hub, so that people can go to just one place and see in their communities where they can find the help that they need. Any other comments? Okay, no, yeah, for sure. Anybody before we turn to you? No? Okay.
Hola a todos, hello everyone. It's Paola Garcia, and I have the blessing of working with Camina. We're an organization that has been equipping the Latino community for over 25 years. And one of the new initiatives that we just launched through Health, Hope, and Opportunity. So we have primary care, behavioral health, dental services, as well as economic mobility. And one of the things that we just launched about a year and a half is a small business network. And we're really blessed to say that we have about 300 small Latino businesses in and around the Charlotte area. And one of the things that we've been hearing through some research that we've done within the network is that Latinos are amazing at starting businesses. We know that if we're to take the Latino GDP out of the United States, I think we'd be the 6th largest GDP in the nation. And we're also really great at starting businesses. We start them 6 times faster than any other ethnicity. My mom is a small business owner. She has a hair salon. But one of the things that we have heard within the people within our networks is that starting businesses might not necessarily be easy, but it's that, like you were saying, the maintenance of that small business and also how to keep up with the ever-changing technology. So having access to resources that show them how to integrate Meta, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok in their marketing plans. And so a lot of the platforms are curriculums that we have been leaving out, or not leaving out, excuse me, desarrollando, developing, thank you, have been centered around how to use technology and insert that technology into businesses. So when that hub is created, maybe one of the things that we can do is include lists of all those curriculums and everything that Latinos can access. And I know another thing as well is like a directory of where to find grants that small businesses can access. I'm always finding them because, you know, I'm active on LinkedIn, sending them to my mom, but my mom might not be the best tech savvy person. Maybe other Latinos aren't either. So maybe that can be one of the recommendations that we put in a hub is a link to grants or resources that small businesses can access and kind of eliminate the middle person, but equip them with the resources that they need to find those resources.
Appreciate that. That's the idea. And the more ideas we get to put in that recommendation, and I just want to make sure that this is a recommendation that we're giving to the Office of the Governor. That doesn't mean that we, as member of the committee, we're going to do it. So that's the caveat of all of this. So.
About the recommendations that you mentioned earlier, I think the hub will be a fantastic idea to actually, yes, connect the community with all the opportunities. You guys have to make sure that first it's really inclusive, so you're actually reaching or canvassing the whole state of North Carolina to make sure that you're really putting all the resources together. But also, for that being effective, you guys have to do a good community outreach to promote that. Because I work a lot with government and a lot of different partners through my experience. And there are sometimes a lot of great initiatives, but they don't really have a good community outreach. So even though they build this amazing platform that's paying all this thousands of dollars to build on it, they don't really get to the community that it's supposed to serve. So I think that is huge. For the economical study that you guys recommended, it just really depends what the idea is behind. Because again, I have been sitting and I've been part of the studies over the years, and I've seen that it's important to have that data, but also it's more important for spending all this thousands of dollars, what are we actually doing with it, and what is that we want to find? Because there are so many studies, even there was studies behind, before they closed the hub office, they did a study to see what was the actual impact of the community, what was the impact of the small businesses, and how did that replicate it to put the dollars back into the state, and maybe the results were amazing, but it's still, they didn't really do anything with it. So I think it's a fantastic recommendation, but they haven't been done that in the past. It just really kind of depends on what is the main idea of doing that. We're spending money on that. I mean, if it gets to that point, in general, I think that would be good. But overall, it's really important to have multi-local system and connect the information that is already out there, so it's not really replicated, but kind of reaching the right community.
Gracias. Anybody else? Right here. I'm gonna put you in the spot.
I was actually thinking about it, so I'm well prepared. Hello everyone, my name is Jerry Garcia. I am the branch director for our local branch here in Charlotte for the Dr. Bank of North Carolina nonprofit. But I also own a bilingual therapy service with my wife serving as our clinical director for providing bilingual therapy to children from 0 to 21. Part of the things that I have been not only hearing, but through our work and serving the community is that in our Latin community, there's about 26% of individuals that are Latinos and Latinas that are part of the philanthropy world. And I think part of the small businesses enterprise, I think it's important to also be a representative of that 26% to empower our communities and families and support organizations, not only like those like the Diaper Bank, but all other nonprofit organizations that are in the community serving the general public. Many times the individuals that they'll be representing our communities, Latino communities in North Carolina. So I believe that's also a great opportunity to encourage small businesses to be part of that pool of serving the community. But also in my the other part of the work that we do is encouraging not only the mental health and mental health awareness in our Latino community for receiving therapeutic services to offer to children and families in the work that we do. Part of the struggle that we are seeing here in North Carolina and South Carolina, we're a business serving both states. Part of the work that we're seeing is that one, the misconception and biases around therapy services, especially within our minority groups, but also the amount of families that are having difficulties with their children due to behavioral issues or other things happening at home, that many of the children get either suspended or overlooked, and in those cases that affects their economic mobility, because then families have to either find ways to have the child taken care of, maybe they aren't able to go to work. Part of the work that we're seeing in the diaper bank world is that 1 out of 2 families struggle to buy diapers and essential items, and if you don't have a day's worth of diapers, that family cannot send their child to daycare. And then if the child can't go to daycare, you all know the cycle that we're in. So I think part of the work that we're seeing is, one, encouraging more encouraging more Latino philanthropy, and through that small business enterprise to support our communities. And then 2, encouraging the support of mental health and mental health stability of families, specifically in Latino communities when there's a low representation of bilingual therapists that are doing either in-person or virtual support. Many times there is the use of thank you. Many times there is the support of interpreting services, but again, the know-abouts and the access to those services are sometimes also minimal in the therapy world. So just sharing that as a possible recommendations for just awareness.
Gracias. Anybody else? I'm going to force you to talk. If you're here, you have to talk.
Can I ask, I'm jumping in and out, but of what Vicky shared earlier, did it resonate with folks? Is the direction we're taking on recommendations sensitive? Or is there something missing?
I'll just ask a question. Did y'all, how did y'all, like, I don't know if it's but how did y'all, do you try to work with other organizations that are working to support the Latino community, like Prospera? And I think of, again, mentioned CDFIs, but a lot of CDFIs have programs that are set up to support Latino communities. There's an organization here in Charlotte that's relatively new called Ascension CDC. And they're trying to put together a cohort, Latino-speaking cohort of future homebuyers, people who want to buy a house. And the woman that's in charge of that is a former Dream Key employee, but her name's Catherine Arrington. She's Spanish-speaking, and she's looking to put that together. So I just wonder how y'all try to, how you cross those lines so that everybody knows what's sort of going on. I don't know if that's a recommendation.
Thank you for that, Javier Caballero, Advisory Council Member, and then Durham City Council Member. I
think that one thing we need to do with the hub is probably break down, so home ownership versus small business versus, the different sectors, because I think that there's going to be a desire and a need for all of it, and so that's gonna be I think we should probably tease out the recommendations as to hub, but one with more detail. I think, I know that the city of Durham runs a, program through our housing department to help folks buy their first home at certain AMI. And I know that other local governments are really starting to, I think Wake County is thinking about doing it with teachers in particular. And so really helping folks know, here are the resources in your community that help empower you financially. Definitely me too, that, and also realize that there's a lot of duplication in each of the cities, state, all across the state. There are places here in Charlotte, there's a lot of resources, a lot of duplications, but there's cities like in Western North Carolina that there's no service. So I think that it's also very important to address and see how we can either partner when we work together, we're more powerful because resources are getting scarce. And if we, each of us try to have a very good idea, try to, move it along, etc., it's going to take more. If we get all together and try to support something that is working and that could have more impact in the community. So that's something also that we need to talk about, how to create incentives for organizations to work together, because there's a lot of duplication as well in different things. So because obviously, like, we just have to pass an ordinance that, stripping our own city of our own programs and incentives for minority-owned businesses and whatnot. So we're talking about what does the law actually require? And it does not actually seem that there's any requirement that that you can't collect demographic data. So one of the things that I think we need to keep tracking is demographic data, and if that can be a recommendation, because at some point someone's going to go back and do an analysis of what was the economic opportunity that was lost and what did it actually cost the state of North Carolina. And if the state offices aren't tracking that, then they're not going to have the data. And so just because you can't have metrics doesn't mean you can't actually ask folks for information. And I think that that's something that our city attorney's office is investigating very carefully, is like, what does the law actually require? Because we're Durham and we're just going to always be Durham. I think that that's something that as these draconian laws happen, that doesn't mean that you can't actually still collect information that's going to serve a purpose down the road.
I just want to piggyback off of what you just said. When you're collecting the demographic data, would you feel that resources would be hindered when you're doing that? Because when you look at the communities of people of color versus other communities, how will that data affect getting those resources and those tools? Because the fundings and everything like that will not.
I'm talking about, like, right now, the city of Durham and other cities have actual goals and metrics around their own contracting, around we're going to see this many women-owned businesses or Latino-owned businesses or Black-owned businesses, and because of the law, that is no longer a goal we can have. That doesn't mean we still can't ask businesses for their demographic data, so that we're still collecting who's applying for these government contracts. And so just because we can't have goals and metrics around that doesn't mean that you can't still ask those businesses what their demographics are. And I think that, at least for me, being a white supremacist costs money, right? Like, people want to pretend that diversity, but it's like, if you actually believed in these people are also not capitalists, right? So I'm not going to, anyway, competition, innovation, you want those things in a healthy capitalist system. And so all of this stifles that. And at some point, somebody's going to need to go and do a glance back to see what did it actually cost the state of North Carolina from an economic standpoint for making these types of decisions.
And if we haven't done the data collection, you can still go back and do it, but it's gonna be harder to do that kind of forensic analysis 5 years back, 10 years back. So I'm saying if the law's not requiring it, encouraging folks and encouraging the governor's office to continue to do that.
I don't believe you to be asking your question this way, but I'll take your question and, flip it a little bit. I wonder if there's a fear that by collecting the data, you make yourself susceptible to its weaponization, right? And again, because of the incredibly fluid and fast nature of the changes in law, do people then become reluctant? Just because, hey, you're still collecting something that I know could be used against me at a future date.
Do you want to say anything?
My name is Maricruz Hernandez. I am from Greensboro and I'm actually a business owner. So I can tell you the beginnings of like me opening my business and the lacks that I've seen as a business owner, like what resources were not out there. In Greensboro, we have a hub, a business hub, entrepreneur hub, which is called the Non-Spam Center, which is true. A lot of what it has been said that people is just not aware of this place. This is true. I think in Greensboro, we lack a lot of representation of Latino and Hispanic in a lot of places, organizations. You don't get the voice out there. A lot of like the Hispanic and Latino communities usually rely on trusted word of mouth to go to places. So I think it is very important to have people that represents the community in this places so they can get the voice out there. But then also when I visit the Non-Spam Center, I realized they focus a lot on how to start your business, register with the state, the North Carolina state. But then the aftercome is where it kind of falls out because they show you how to like estimate how much money you're gonna make here in a year and things like that. And they teach you a little bit of the marketing as well. But then, as time goes and you're growing your business, you realize that you need much more than just that. I think the networking between that happens also in nonprofit organizations versus the networking that happens in the business world. It's also very separated. A lot of the times when we're networking with nonprofits, it's a lot of organizations and a lot of the times business owners are now looking at, depending on what year they're on in business, we're looking for the wholesaler. We're looking for who can hook me up with, my best thing happening now at my store or the most innovative stuff. Where can I get that for a lower price so I can resell it? So I think a lot of the times also our networking seems like very distant from each other. Sometimes it does feel like you gain a lot of information from workshops that organizations does and things, but then there's others sometimes also where you feel, okay, I knew that information already. I already have a business and I'm 5 years into business and I'm looking for something, that doesn't just talks about how to start your business or speak about how to get a business loan. There's also a lot of, the Latino and Hispanic communities, a lot of the times they don't open a business until they really do have the money to open a business. Because they just don't want to fall into the debt spectrum. So, so a lot of the, loans, how to get your loan and a lot of stuff, it's not really what the Latino and Hispanic community is looking for. Construction works also a lot of the times doesn't require like business loans because a lot of people start doing handyman work and building like their income from there and then kind of like, grow their business from there and not until they have a certain amount of money saved is when they realize, okay, now we're in the market. this way, or now I want to register my business or things like that. So I have noticed that a lot of people have been in business for many, many years when they decide to register their business. So they're not necessarily new business owners. And I think that's also where the lack of like disconnect comes from, like organizations and business owners. That a lot of the times when we don't have it registered, we believe, oh, it's a new business, but it's actually somebody that has been already operating for many, many years.
I'm so glad you spoke out because we have been at the credit union trying to launch this small business program, and you're talking what I was thinking, and say we need to serve those who have been a while, and also those who don't trust the financial system and don't want to get in debt, to make sure that they know how they can grow and the potential they have once they have access to leverage, and realize the dream that probably is there that they don't know they have. So I appreciate that very much.
I think we also need someone that can start like an incentive or something where we can teach our minority business to work together. Because I also see a lot of like fight for work and within my community. So like we have like 50 painters, and the next thing you know, everybody's chipping down their work so they can get the job. And it's like how we can come together, and people know this and they take advantage of it. They do. They'd be like, oh, well, you know, the next guy told me they was going to charge me 50. And so they were like, well, okay, give me 30, you know? And so they go on like that. So I think it is a lot of like taking advantage of that part as well, where people's constantly fighting for work. So it's like, how can we embrace each other as business owners and come together to work where nobody's losing, you know, because it just really costs it. Right.
This is on what you were saying about businesses registered in their state. So a lot of the time it's not about being businesses registered. It's
See, we need a business that provides batteries.
we consider business a legal business when we even have a first sale or we hire a person. So a lot of the programs that are run here by the owners, it doesn't matter if your business has been registered, but if you cannot sell anything that you have an employee, that they but if you can go back and prove that you actually have a transaction or hire employees and that you manage personal finances separately from your business finances, then that is considered without legal. So I just wanted to maybe clarify that, because there are 5 ways to confirm that your business or that business only runs way before that business was actually.
Thank you. So there's one something. So I feel like a YouTuber now. Any comments before we break out? We have 1 minute. You guys are. I want to hear you. No? Okay. How about you? No? Okay, any comments before we break out to get together with everybody else?
I see it.
Again? No? Something else?
Okay, the little thingy.
So thank you so much. We really appreciate your comments. Thank you for the feedback on the recommendations. And This was you want to say anything? Oh, sorry, I cut you off because you work with me, so I shouldn't say that. So thank you again for being here. I appreciate it.
Go ahead and start.
All right, we're gonna get started, so everyone please bear with us. Okay, on your agenda, you will see that we had originally scheduled our Department of Administration Secretary David Esparza to speak first. He has asked that we switch that. And so now we're gonna have report outs from each committee. And then we will have Secretary Esparza to provide closing comments. With that said, I'm gonna go ahead and start calling up committee leads to provide report outs for their committees. So I will start with the committee that was in this room. Vicky, Vicky stepped up. Oh, Vicky, you're gonna be first to provide a quick report out. Leads, you can defer to a fellow member if they took notes because we were leading. But somebody from the committee has to speak. So, Vicky.
So thank you so much for everybody who attended and stayed this long. Basically, we had two conversations, one related with what's happening in the community, and a lot of the things that I mentioned before are happening here, meaning access to information, support in different areas, specifically in the rural areas in the western and eastern side of North Carolina. There's a lot of organizations that do not provide, or there's a lack of organizations, that do not provide support or technical assistance to small businesses that have been working for a while. So there are more resources for the creation of new businesses and not as much to those who have been in business for around between 3 and 5 years and want to grow or have access to organize themselves and make sure that the business is producing or is being lucrative. So the technical assistance that we're talking about, the recommendations that we mentioned before, has become more important as we have heard. One of the things that we were also talking about is the incentives that we can create on the small businesses to do philanthropy work as well as resources from the federal side have been dry for or going to be dry for a while. How the community itself can help each other by incentivizing philanthropy and support to other resources. We also talked about mental health. So if the guy from the food is here, We're very happy that those things are happening and how we can support small businesses that are dealing with issues of mental health and in their work environment. And we also talked about demographic data and how the lack of collecting that information is gonna hinder the ability to see the impact of current policies on lack of resources and how we can, as probably governmental organizations, can keep asking for demographic information so we can track data. But we're talking about pros and cons around that and how people can be afraid of providing that information as well. So that's more or less what we.
Thank you, Nikki. We will now move on to language access. Simon. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bethany. For those online, I was just signing my name Bethany because I don't speak Spanish. I'm really bummed, but I do know American Sign Language. Okay, very quickly, we really want to, we really want the public to be able to interact with government, right? That's the point that we're all trying to make. That's really what we're talking about. So we're, as Saida mentioned earlier, we're talking about volunteer in C. But how we kind of want to talk about that is with emergency management. Now we can kind of incorporate the need to have language access in real equitable, like meaningful interactions during emergencies before, during, and after. But also that the public, when they're reaching out to government spaces, they actually understand what they're going for. I think we kind of maybe overutilize the word access sometimes, accessibility. Accessible, I think we need to start talking about it more broadly, right? We need to think about like, are things understandable? Can someone navigate like through that system? This is hilarious because all my work is accessibility, so you can see the irony in this. The second thing that we're kind of looking at is just really wanting to think about workforce and making sure that people can really come into government spaces and that they can actually work in these spaces. Everyone shouldn't look like me. Okay, the third thing we're working on is kind of in between. So this one's like, I'll say under development. We're working on it. But it's focusing on, I'm blanking, Simon.
It is focusing on, it is. Oh,
Wrong door.
No wrong door.
No wrong door. So someone comes to me and I work on accessibility and they're asking for something on commerce and I don't say to them like, oh, sorry, you came to the wrong person, goodbye. Actually, I reach internally to my network and says, hey, here's this person, this is what I've got, I kind of hand them off. So we're thinking about having this like no wrong door kind of development. Thank you so much.
And I want.
And to add,
Yeah, and I want to add that if you all want to participate in the development of these recommendations, please meet online the first Wednesday of every month at 12, from 12 to 1, and we can send the link out. But yes, it is under development, so please join us now.
You better come.
And that is true of every one of its committees. They meet monthly virtually. Those meetings are posted online via the DOA website. And so you can see the time and continue to meet with these folks to help them as they build out their set of records. Okay, next we're going to keep going in the order we had earlier, health and well-being, with the representative from health and well-being who joins us to share what they heard today. Or representatives.
Le voy a dar el resumen en español. En nuestro grupo, gracias a las personas que participaron, recordamos las recomendaciones que estamos trabajando y algo que se reforzó mucho fue el apoyo y la importancia de los promotores o los promotores de salud. y sobre todo entrenamiento en muchas de las áreas que necesitamos, sobre todo de salud mental en general y para jóvenes. Entonces, ¿cómo podemos empujar para esto? Y lo que hablamos fue cómo recomendar que ya el dinero que ya está dado, cómo podrían ellos utilizarlo o el gobierno utilizarlo para de verdad apoyar en esta área. También hablamos, esa como una puede ser una posible recomendación adicional. Y también hablamos de que es muy importante que las organizaciones o las instituciones que están bajo las nuevas leyes que acaban de pasar coloquen públicamente cuáles van a ser sus guías, qué guías le van a dar a las personas que trabajan ahí para que podamos nosotros hablar con la comunidad y saber realmente qué va a pasar y cómo podemos nosotros guiar a la comunidad. Pero entonces, como recomendación, que tengan estas guías de una manera pública, que las coloquen en sus páginas y públicas. Y hubo, creo que esto como que resume en general, no sé, Yesenia, si hay algo más, pero algo que preguntaron personas nuevas que han venido a estas reuniones, el timeline de estas recomendaciones. ¿Qué pasa cuando las entregamos? ¿Qué pasa después? ¿Cuándo se implementan? Y todo eso, y creo que pues eso sí sería bueno poderles nosotros explicar al público, porque lo que sí explicamos es que son recomendaciones que nosotros estamos dándole al gobernador para poder apoyar a la comunidad. Entonces, si quisiera, sí, por eso lo paso aquí, porque sí creo que es importante y hubo esa inquietud.
¿Me permites terminar algún corto?
Un punto que tuvimos también durante la reunión es que aunque hacemos bastante trabajo aquí no es en donde empieza y tampoco es en donde termina. Y está en cada uno de nosotros continuar el trabajo para en verdad ver los cambios que sabemos que nuestra comunidad necesita para poder prosperar. Gracias.
Excelente pregunta. La respuesta es compleja porque muchas de las recomendaciones llegan al gobernador. Según la orden ejecutiva, cada año el consejo crea un reporte. O sea que al final de este año nosotros vamos a estar compartiendo un reporte que va a ser público y también que va a llegar al escritorio de nuestro gobernador George Stein. Pero les puedo decir un ejemplo muy fácil es Bethany Wagner, que está en Olca, dentro de DHS, o por ejemplo Francisco, que está dentro de DHS, y el trabajo que está haciendo Francisco con Larissa, que es parte de nuestro comité de salud. Hay mucho trabajo que se va implementando en lo que va pasando el año. Entonces hemos hecho, por ejemplo, nos da mucha tristeza porque los robots ya no existen, pero hicimos un entrenamiento porque parte del problema que no hay acceso lingüístico es que no hay suficientes vendors que están trabajando con el Estado. Entonces, cuando una agencia quiere contratar acceso lingüístico, la lista es muy limitada. Entonces, parte de lo que hizo nuestro comité es explicarle a los vendors cómo trabajar con el Estado. Entonces, eso es una recomendación para la oficina, pero al mismo tiempo es algo que ya se está haciendo. Entonces, esa sería mi respuesta a lo más simple que todo. Gracias.
Okay. Sorry, got turned around. Civic innovation and policy events. Me encantó la manera en que Yesenia le aguantó el libro a Pilar. Yo fui monaguillo, me crié católico, y yo siempre abandonaba el libro al sacerdote.
Muchas gracias. Bien, pues en nuestro comité, como ya habían escuchado, hablamos de las recomendaciones, pero una, obviamente, después de los comentarios de la comunidad, sabemos que la propuesta, bueno, la ley S153 ya está en efecto, entonces le voy a pasar la palabra a Elisa Posada, que nos va a presentar una resolución que hizo para contrarrestar los impactos de esta ley en el momento.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Hello? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna do this thing because I speak with my hands, and then you're gonna hear all of it. Good evening or good afternoon, Mr. Posados. I have the honor of serving on the committee, and after conversations with both the community members of this council and folks from the administration, I have created a resolution that everyone has received in their email. I'm gonna speak also to the therefore clauses. There has been some edits from the document that was sent over to you after the conversations. We wanna make sure that we're responsive to those concerns. So please, refer to the documents in your email for the whereas, the therefore read as follows. Now therefore be resolved that the Governor's Advisory Council on Latino Affairs strongly condemns the actions of the General Assembly, North Carolina Assembly in overturning Governor Josh Sines' veto of SB 153 and denounces the same as targeted discriminatory action against the Latino and immigrant communities of North Carolina. Be it further resolved that the Governor's Advisory Council on Latino Affairs encourages all agencies and officers named in the law to share any measures, policies, or agreements created in order to meet the requirement with this council in order for distribution to the community. This, the 12th day of August of the year 2026, Madam Chair, I move the resolution.
So board members, I know that, so let me make a distinction. The liaisons do not vote. So this is not a space that you all would have to comment. This is for board members specifically. You all did receive the information. There's a late edit. The way I will present this, Eleazar and I spoke briefly with Andrea's agreement, is to offer up that we could take a vote today. And then if we decide to do that, we will move forward. So what I'm gonna ask members of the council is, for those that want to take a vote today, please raise your hands and say aye. We really don't have a minute on the agenda, but you can. And I guess I just went over the main points. Some of the other languages, it's resolution ease. But you can look at it quickly. I'm speaking with pauses in my words. So did everyone not receive it? Was it
Okay. Yes, I will again go over the updated version as council members. If you received the email with the resolution, the only changes was to the second therefore clause, which now reads, be it further resolved, the Governor's Advisory Council on Latino Affairs encourages all agencies and officers named in the law to share any measures, policies, or agreements created in order to meet the requirements of SB 153 are sent to the council for distribution to the community. Now, those is the new, therefore, resolve clause as it reads, with the minor edits after conversations with members of this board and staff.
The
rest is the same? The rest is the same.
Okay. So, I know we're working against the clock here. We literally had 15 minutes before we're done. We want to hear from the secretary and the last committee. With that said, will the members of council, I will now take a vote for members of council, myself and my co-chair. If you want to take action today on voting for this, please say yes, I, raise your hand. Aye. Secretary, do you need to know how many ayes we have?
You got,
Wait, hold on. You're saying you want to vote on it today. We're not voting on that.
Right, so we're just moving it forward to it. We're doing two votes potentially. If this vote passes, then we would do a subsequent vote to decide if we're gonna go forward with the resolution.
Mr. Chair, point of parliamentary procedure, when a motion is done, if there is a second, the motion will move forward.
Right, second.
So now, it is my understanding that under parliamentary procedure, the second is been done unless there's an objection before the council.
Yeah. So, you can have a discussion after second. So Jordan, I saw her hand raised, then I saw Esteban.
all right, hold it. I need to know, those who say yes, moving to voting, please raise your hand.
Put your phone. So it's 18,
18.
and we are a 30-person body? Right. So online folks, I don't know who's manning the chat at the moment, but if you can denote whether or not you are a yes on this stuff. Okay. Somebody please man the chat. Sure.
Okay. All who's decided would like to vote. So now to vote, approve the resolution, we have to have a motion, a second. We then have to have a vote, a formal vote, which includes yes, approve, abstentions, no, or discussions. If we have a quorum of members that say yes, we approve in that vote, then it passes. Does that make sense?
Can we have a few writing so that we can go through it over the phone? It's kind of difficult. And,
Can we have what, yes?
It's document and writing.
we can read it and really have a discussion about it. Here's the voting kind of thing.
Not that we don't want to, I don't think we don't have to talk.
And we do coming in time constraints would be challenging. Okay, we had 18 moves us forward. Is there a motion on the floor to vote? Donnie makes a motion. Is there a second? We decide second. Okay. Discussion. We've already heard one committee member share this is difficult to vote on based on the fact that he does not have it in front of him in writing.
Real discussion.
You can start the real discussion if you'd like, right at this time. Without seeing it in person, you cannot. So,
Just a reminder that we have a oath to uphold the Constitution of the state of the country and allow the control. So the way it's a very country, because I am voting, I am really upholding the Constitution and the law, or I'm just trying to go around it. That's it.
please make the point.
The thing, lo que importa aquí es, o me preocupa a mí en particular, no es que esté en favor o en contra, sino que es, el documento es algo importante, algo serio, es un voto que vamos a hacer. Y yo recuerdo que hicimos un juramento a tener la constitución del país, la constitución del Estado y las leyes que de ella emanan. Entonces aquí está haciendo una condena a un procedimiento, lo que alcancé a leer, ¿no? Una condena a un procedimiento legal que existe para promulgar leyes. Las leyes se promulgan, las puede empezar una cámara, la otra cámara, el gobernador, y luego hay poderes de veto y poderes para quitar ese veto. Entonces son reglamentos y reglas que ya existen. A la hora que nosotros votemos o que yo vote en contra de ello, a la vez estoy rompiendo un juramento que hice a mantener la Constitución. Entonces yo gustaría tener más tiempo para realmente revisarlo y ver por lo que estoy votando.
Hi, so I will state what I wanted to say in English. I think it would be best to have time to look at it because there are certain words that can have multiple meanings that are written in it, and I feel like the way that it can be interpreted can differentiate depending on who is reading it and who's interpreting it. Like specifically the word condemns, I feel like that is a very strong word to use personally and for the meanings that it has. So I think it would be best to have time to sort of also suggest edits as well as people see.
Personalmente entiendo que la Constitución no tiene absolutamente nada que ver aquí. La Constitución no tiene, en mi entendimiento, y creo que otras personas, no tiene absolutamente nada que ver aquí. Creo que se pueden hacer ediciones, Pero también quiero decirle a los otros miembros de este body, right? Que hay momentos en la historia que uno tiene que mirar si uno está en el lado correcto de la historia o no. Mientras que pues realmente ser valientes. Y lo mínimo que podemos hacer es alzar nuestra voz. Se haga el voto hoy o no, quiero que eso quede claro de que la mejor manera de querer a un país es alzar la voz cuando las cosas no están bien.
I just want to know what the rules are around voting virtually, if we're allowed to do that, because we have to go. That's exactly right. So I hear folks saying about edits, I'm comfortable with voting with this today, whatever, like I don't, we passed way stronger stuff than this in the city council, we're actually elected officials. Sorry. But I hear folks saying edits and wanting time, and so I'm just trying to be respectful and think about the consensus. I don't think we should wait till November. I think that looks honestly like we are not doing our jobs. So I'm trying to figure out, are we allowed to put a vote in virtually and then just say, hey, you've got 2 days, because we've done this before, you got 48 hours, get your edits in, and we're voting on this day, you gotta send it in. But I wasn't sure, because I feel like that's happened before with the resolution, but I couldn't recall it all the way.
Jordan, can you answer that?
Yes, so we have to call a special meeting. We have to have a quorum, it has to be public, 48 hours prior. It can be virtual. You can can't do it. Yes, we can do it virtually. We can't do it like virtually. Yeah, that's my. We can call a special meeting if you want.
So, just to be clear, because she wasn't on the mic, say that again, Ariel. Well, for those folks at home.
Was a teacher, with 3 teenagers. We have done this before because there were folks who really wanted to review language in an effort to get us to consensus. I do want to thank the folks who brought this forward. We need this. But we called an emergency meeting. We are allowed to meet virtually, I think, if we can determine. And I think we move quickly. Like, we've got 24 hours, 48 hours if you use language. I say we take another thing on Monday or something like that. And because this is urgent and we can respect the wishes of our community and say that, yes, we move con prisa.
Did anybody else have any comments?
Change the word condemns to objects to, and if it is a friendly amendment. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Friendly amendment.
Yeah. Friendly amendment to resolutions.
So for members of the council, if you're moving to amend the resolution to change that word as a draft resolution, I would accept that as a friendly amendment. Therefore, the resolution before the body would be with that amendment as your proposed, except condemns objects to.
Okay, then. Can we move to vote?
Well, hold on. Y'all re-traumatizing me, it's been a very long time since I went to City Charlotte. Okay. We did have a motion from Javiera to table this for a short time and then take a online vote. So I want to under that first. I'm here, and I appreciate the timeliness. So we have a second on the motion, on the substitute motion, which is to table this. Jordan?
This was a suggestion, a discussion.
Oh, I heard you move. When you said move, I felt like that was a formal motion. Okay, are you making a formal motion? You're not.
We all have it in front of our computers, our phones, we're gonna do this all day, like, so ya lo tenemos. Y si esa es la única objeción, I'm cool with it, I'm ready to move on. Yo solo lo que era clarificación, and I think we can vote on it. Si es alguien más se quiere cambiarle un friendly amendment.
Okay.
Si no,
So
because we don't move
we
too
did
quickly.
not have a formal motion. We did have a second. Is there any additional discussion? I know, for those of you that don't do government, this is like,
Motion to approve the resolution to inquire on SB 113 implementation plans. I second.
So we have a motion, we have a second, any additional discussion? No. We are now taking a vote. For those, the new language was to move away from condemns, Jacqueline, to move away from condemns and use the phrase object to.
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion or question? All right, with that, we are now taking a vote. All of those that are in favor of moving forward with this resolution, please say aye and acknowledge with your hand raised. Prudencio, take the count. And you got two behind you.
19.
You got 19, the motion passes. And you know what, we appreciate our elected officials since they go through a lot.
Y'all did great.
All right, Jordan. Okay, in the interest of time, because we're over it already, the last committee will not speak today. I apologize to that last committee. I will ask our secretary, Sparsa, to close us out.
Well, don't I love seeing democracy in action? I love it. Thank you for doing that, for making your voice heard. Some might wonder, what is the role of the council if not to make your voices heard on the issues that are important to you? So I appreciate you being bold and simply wanting to take a vote at all, let alone all the work of the committees to talk about education and language access and healthcare and so on and so forth. So thank you for complying with, but celebrating the role of this body. I also, like so many others who spoke today, and by the way, you're seeing me here now, I was listening all the way on my drive-in from Raleigh. So I've been hearing from the moment that you all kicked off to our legislative updates, so on and so forth. So thank you for all of that discussion. Many of you also took a moment to pause and reflect on what's going on in Colombia. And I too want to lend my voice, my condolences, my heartfelt trouble with all of that that's going on there. So for all of you who are Colombianos, I appreciate and our heart is with you. I'm also so impressed with how quickly the community has moved to mobilize around that. So well done. Part and parcel to the discussion that you all just had, and generally speaking about where we are right now in this time, is so many headwinds that are affecting our community. I'm not going to comment on the national ones. We're here in the state, so let's just talk about what's going on in the state. And of course, what I live every day in Raleigh is around all of the legislative action that's going on. So you've talked about it a lot today. We've got, and I don't think you mentioned this piece, but all of the anti-DEI bills that were passed, that's number one. Second, you talked about the anti-immigration bills that were passed, and obviously you just addressed how you feel about that here. And third, there are the budgetary impacts that were passed. For us in the Department of Administration, the hub office, the historically underutilized businesses that you all have been talking about so much, that was in my department. I had to let all those people go. And the council that oversees them, right? These are people who for years and years and years have been working because they believe in the mission of supporting women and minority businesses. And so that work has ceased, but we are reimagining it. We got a separate mandate to create and expand our small business work. So more to come on how we can continue to support women and minority businesses under the auspices of small businesses, okay? So all of those headwinds are tough. And the synthesis of that for me is the following. It is that at this moment in time in our nation, and the sentiment of the majority of the legislature is that they simply do not believe in the work that we are doing to extend our hand to the community. It is the work that you all, many of you, most of you do individually in your individual capacities. They simply do not believe in that work. And that is so frustrating to me because it has also been my work throughout my career. They simply do not believe in the work. And when they mask things in, we simply want to shrink the size of government, we want to be smaller, we want to spend less, that's BS. Because they simply do not believe in the work. They have year after year after year tried to get rid of the hub department, and they finally accomplished their mission this year. They simply do not believe in the work. Number two, they do not believe in the story and the journey of the immigrant in this country. The role, the power, the influence, the contributions to our society, also not something that they are embracing and believing. So for this reason, we are struggling as a community. These are things that are challenging for us. And so separate and distinct from a crisis, like our temblor in Colombia and also in Venezuela recently, those are things that challenge the health and safety and well-being of our community, but these are actions we take as a society that are also impacting our communities. So this is why each of you in your individual capacities, I know are doing things to help your comunidad, to help our gente. Please keep doing that. And you as a group are continuing to support our community through listening, right? How many times has this council in the past gone out and about around the whole state? Thank you for doing that. Thank you for doing that. You are listening to people, not just, thank you for coming to Charlotte, this is where I love it, thank you for coming here, not just in Raleigh, but all over the city. Out in Wayne County, in Goldsboro, out in the West, thank you for doing it. And you're taking what you're hearing from the public, and under the auspices of the various committees that we have, we'll get to a point in where we have recommendations to the governor and to those of us in state government. And so you know, this work is important because the governor will read it, and those of us in state agencies will do everything in our power to action those things. Okay, so I want you to know that the work matters. The work matters. So we're looking forward to what comes out. Despite the fact that all those headwinds exist, and with the work that you're doing, I actually remain an optimist. The reason I remain an optimist is because I'm also enough of a data-driven person to just look at the facts. 65 million Latinos across the country, the growth in the population of Latinos in North Carolina, the economic impact that we have, you know, 4.4 trillion, it was just announced recently, $4.4 trillion in economic impact. If Latinos were their own country, we would be now the fourth largest economy in the world. So there is no denying the power that we have. And even locally here in Charlotte, my friend Liz Monterrey is here. What's our percentage of Latinos in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools?
33%.
33%. Latinos are growing right here in Charlotte, around the state, 33%. Speaking of Liz and Susan and JD and Jordan, I know is not here, and Eliasa and Javier and all of our other Latino elected officials, we are now arriving in the halls of power and influence in a way that we haven't in the past. So, gracias for all of you for serving. And second to last, just this week, you heard there was this conference going on in Charlotte, the Alpha Conference, the Association of Latino Professionals. It used to be Finance and Accounting, I don't know exactly what it stands for anymore, but this big, huge professional conference. So I was the opening speaker at that conference on Monday. And I looked out across the Charlotte Convention Center Grand Ballroom and saw thousands of brown faces. It's awesome. It's awesome. And walking around town, if you walked around town, a flood of Latinos everywhere, granted, all looking bien chévere también, they're all wearing their suits, looking good, it's professional society, whatever. It's amazing. And I applaud that organization for coming here. It's so 6,000 attendees, 3,000 of which were students.
Wow.
And it's so great, students are coming. You know who I applaud right now? The businesses and the sponsors. Because when times were good, hey, everybody's coming to the conference. And now, when it's not so easy to support a Latino conference, yeah, you have these folks coming. Hundreds of thousands of dollars of sponsorship support. So I applaud those companies and those sponsors for doing their work. Lastly, each and every one of you is doing your civic duty. Your participation in this council is so important. And so I thank you. And I have the great privilege of knowing so many of you personally, getting to know more and more of you over time. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your amistad with us. Know that your work counts. Keep it up. Continue to debate the issues amongst yourselves. Let us know what happens at the end of the day in terms of your readouts and your recommendations. And we're going to go get to work on making that. All right? Gracias to everybody. Let's do it. Please.
Agradeciendo a todos los que vinieron a visitarnos. Yes. Yes. Chose to stay here during a very long meeting so that we could hear your voice and we can hear what's happening here in Charlotte. So we on behalf of all of us, and definitely my co-chair and myself, we want to thank each and every one of you for being here, for taking the time to spend some quality time talking and debating. Thank you for the wonderful message, baby. It was a true honor for us to hear your inspiration and you gave us so much courage. Secretario, without you, we couldn't do any of this, but working under your guidance is just absolutely an honor. Y como siempre, nunca me voy sin agradecer a nuestra hermana y nuestra líder, Cristina, que pone tanta ganas para que todo esto siempre sea un paso. I do want to invite Saida to say a little quick message to everybody before we go. Y muchísimas gracias.
Vámonos a comer. Yes, and Jordan, thank you so much for all everybody that helped, so thank you to the Pearl as well. I'm hungry, and I know everybody here is, so we are meeting at Azul. If everybody wants to join us, you are welcome to join us. We will continue more networking, more conversation, more connecting, more fellowship, more laughter at Azul. So please come out and join us. I don't have the address with me right now because my phone died.
Google it.
But it's Azul Tacos. And I'm actually very proud. I was very strategic in picking Azul because I am from Sonora, Mexico. And the owners are from Sonora, so you're gonna get to taste my home food. And it is on 2122 Thrift Road A, Charlotte, North Carolina. So welcome and have fun in the city of Charlotte.
Y para cerrar, la reunión nunca puede terminar sin nuestra foto de grupo. Así que, por favor, pueden poner atrás de esta fila todo el mundo, por no tengan problemas. No